Right, good morning. I don't know if this is on. Good morning. Welcome to Committee Day. It is Monday, December 1st. I hope everybody in this room had a great Thanksgiving, as well as those watching at home. Call to order. We just did that. One thing that I want to start is just a brief moment of silence and reflection. We do this for our CARTA meetings. I think it's a good idea to start this day off on that foot. So let's take a brief moment of reflection. Thank you. Item number 2 is the approval of minutes from the November 3rd, 2025 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And that is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 3, which is public comments. Mr. Chapman, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of council. My name is Howard Chapman. I live at 824 Natchez Circle, and I just wanted to thank the staff for getting the projects on the bike and ped paths moving. The special one I am so happy to see is on Mathis Ferry Road to get that project started. We've been working on that for several years, and I just want to thank the staff getting it ready to bid it out today, and hopefully the committee will approve going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public who would like to be heard? Going once, going twice. All right, we will move on to item number 4, employee years of service. Ms. Harness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm actually going to call up Regina Handy. Hello. Hey. And I'm going to turn it over to Kathy Frame, who is our procurement officer, to deliver this. But I did want to just thank Regina for 25 dedicated years with the town. She is a tremendous asset, and I will let Kathy take it over.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll just take a moment to say Regina started with the procurement division, so she's been in procurement the entire 25 years. In 2000 as a secretary, and progressively worked her way up to be a senior procurement agent. She was certified in 2006 and continues it, and she does all the big construction projects: Senior Center, Rifle Range Road Park, Fire Station 4, you name it, Regina's done it. And she's a real asset to us, and we're thrilled to have her.
Well, thank you for your long career here, Regina. We hope we have you for many years to come. All right.
Fingers
Congratulations.
crossed. Sure.
Thank you, Regina. All right, let's move to item number 5, and it's kind of a momentous morning for us as we have a bunch of contracts associated with the Safe Streets for All grant. Let's start with item A, which is award of contract for Long Point Road Corridor Safety Enhancement Design.
Yes. So on August 7th, the town was awarded a fiscal year 23 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation. The grant includes the design and construction of 17 Tier 1 projects and the town's safety action plan. The funds in this grant need to be fully spent by the end of 2029. The next 6 design recommendations for award cover 12 of these 17 projects. Each project is being procured utilizing the town's on-call engineering program previously approved by the Bids and Purchases Committee. So the Long Point Road Corridor Safety Improvements Project involves installing planted medians and a shared use path. It also includes surveying, traffic data collection, safety assessment, public meetings, design, and permitting for these corridor improvements along Long Point Road. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of Kimley Horn to perform the necessary design engineering work for the project. Staff therefore recommend contracting with Kimley Horn in the amount of $472,184.26 to design the Long Point Road Corridor Safety Improvements Project.
Thank you, Ms. Harness. Any comments or questions from the committee?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. And so this is Long Point from 526 to Whipple, planted median. Is the shared use path, is that going to be on the Seacoast side of the street?
Yes, sir. That's the intent, to utilize that in the shopping center and Seacoast side of the roadway.
Great to see you, Mr. Aton. And what's the time frame for completion on this one?
Design is anticipated to take about 18 months and then go to construction immediately following. As was mentioned, these funds have a sunset of 2030. So really having everything wrapped up by the end of 2029 is the goal.
Very good. Well, we have a motion and a second on this one. Let's call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And that is unanimous. Let's move on to B, award of a contract for the Coleman, Ben Sawyer, and Chuck Dolly Corridor Safety Enhancement Design.
Yes, so this streetscape project consists of installing new raised landscape medians and left turn lanes to improve access control, as well as new shared use paths, dedicated and or shared bike lanes to improve multimodal travel options. This project includes routes along Coleman and Ben Sawyer Boulevards, between the intersection of Vincent Drive and Farigo Street, and the intersection of Simmons Point and Bupa Lane, and along Chuck Dolly Boulevard between the intersection of Coleman Boulevard, Ben Sawyer Boulevard, and the intersection of Bowman Road. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of Trans Systems Corporation to perform the necessary design engineering work for this project. Staff therefore recommend contracting with Trans System Corporation in the amount of $799,945.28 to design the Coleman, Ben Sawyer, and Chuck Dolly streetscape design.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Harness. Any questions or comments from the committee?
Ms. Harness, what was the problem and how are we solving it with this design?
I will let Mr. Aton take that.
Yes, sir. Happy to answer that question. So this is a very similar an extension to the Coleman Boulevard revitalization project with the installation of landscape medians. With the current condition on all these roadways, the two-way left turn lane, that lends to the likelihood of more severe accidents, head-on collisions, angle collisions. And so with those landscape medians, along with some components of the Mount Pleasant Way on the Ben Sawyer and Coleman Boulevard sections, look to improve safety and mobility.
Thank you.
And will this is there a gap in bike or pedestrian facilities in this area?
There is currently the bike lanes in just to plan left of Farigo and Vincent intersection. The intent is to extend those bike lanes through all the way along Ben Sawyer, connecting to that shared use path going out to Sullivan's Island.
And Mr. Anton, when we opened the Shem Creek bike lane, you said there was two sections that were left to connect it contiguously and continuously. Is this one of those two, or is this more than that?
Yes, sir. This is one of those two.
Okay, which would leave which one that would be remaining?
Right out here at Houston North Cut between Harbor Gate and Garland Drive is the last remaining section, which is funded through another grant, a TA set-aside grant, which will likely come to you next Bids and Purchasing Committee for approval.
And this one's 2029 as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Move to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Let's call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. That is unanimous as well. Let's see. We're on item C, award of a contract for the Rifle Range Road shared use path design.
Yes, so the Rifle Range Road Shared Use Path project will consist of the development of construction plans for the design of a shared use path from Ben Sawyer Boulevard, Rifle Range Road, that extends approximately 3.5 miles to Bragg Road. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of Mead and Hunt Incorporated to perform the necessary design engineering work for this project. Staff therefore recommend contracting with Mead and Hunt, Inc. in the amount of $973,273.17 to design the Rifle Range Road shared use path.
Excellent. And Mr. Aton, we'll go ahead and call you back up here. Or do we have Ms. Holmes? Thank you for coming. And so this is for the design of the bike path. Could you walk us through a little bit about what that design process will involve, especially opportunities for the public to comment?
Yes, sir. So many will recall that we hosted a few public meetings on this a while ago for the Greenbelt process. We'll be continuing the public engagement as we enter the design process, probably at about the 30% design level. This is for a shared use path along the north side, so opposite Mamie Whiteside's elementary school on the same side as the Montessori school.
Great. Well, just from my personal perspective, this is going to do good things on Rifle Range. The pedestrian, the sidewalks are in pretty rough shape, and so I could really see this improving mobility through that corridor and hopefully encouraging some people to maybe ride a bike or walk rather than jump in the car. So as a resident of this corridor, I'm really looking forward to these improvements being done.
I think it's a huge improvement too, and I have a question on, will the left side be abandoned, or what will happen with the sidewalks on the other side?
Any existing sidewalks that are not being replaced with this shared use path will remain in their current state.
Okay, and will there be any repair to those where they're in a fairly poor shape in some cases?
Those will maintain the maintenance responsibilities of the SCDOT, as this is an SCDOT right-of-way. As we're making these improvements, we can of course encourage SCDOT to prioritize this roadway, and we've been in regular communication with them regarding the pavement condition on this roadway.
And y'all have done an inventory on that side. I think it's less, but an inventory of trees and where to move around them, and which ones may or may not need to be removed, etc.
So the tree inventory and tree survey will be incorporated as part of the survey, as well as environmental documentation. And you're aware, I'm sure, of the previous Mathis Ferry Trail design project. A similar process there with prioritizing maintenance of those trees.
No, I remember Howard Chapman did a great job working together with y'all on that. And okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Yeah, I was going to joke, maybe in our motion we need to have Howard Chapman walk the route again.
I think that's good. He did a good job there.
Happy to do that with him.
We're happy to as well. Let's go ahead and take
Move
a
to
motion.
approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. This is for the award of the design of the Rifle Range Road path. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that is approved 3-0 again. Now we're on D, award of a contract for Phase 2 of the Mathis Ferry Road shared use path design.
Yes, so the Phase 2 Mathis Ferry Road and Shared Use Path project will consist of the development of construction plans for the design of a shared use path on Mathis Ferry Road from Eagle Street to US 17. The improvements consist of an 8 to 12-foot concrete path, upgraded pedestrian ramps, and drainage improvements. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. to perform the necessary design engineering work for this project. Staff therefore recommend contracting with Stantec Consulting Services, Inc. in the amount of $747,117.40 to design the Phase 2 Mathis Ferry Road shared use path.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee?
No, moved to approve. Exciting project. I'm delighted to see it happening.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this one. We'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that's another 3-0. Okay, and item E, award of a contract for signal design at Snee Farm Parkway and Palmetto Plantation Boulevard at US 17.
So this signal project will consist of design for the installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of US 17 and Snee Farm Parkway and Palmetto Plantation Boulevard. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of Rummel, Klepper, and Call to perform the necessary design engineering work for the project. Staff therefore recommend contracting with Rummel, Klepper, and Call in the amount of $102,367,000.95 to design the traffic signal at the intersection of US 17 and Snee Farm Parkway and Palmetto Plantation Boulevard.
Thank you. And Mr. Aton, is this yours or is this okay? And so I know from experience this is it's very difficult to get in and out of Snee Farm from 17. And so if you could just describe a little bit about what you're attempting to do with this project.
Yes. So in July 2024, our team conducted a signal warrant analysis, and DOT approved that warrant package back in August of 2024, which, as you're saying, just highlighted the need for this signal here. So we'll be installing a new traffic signal that will also have mast arms to just upgrade this as far as safety goes for everyone who drives through this area.
And I know from experience this is in pretty close succession with a couple of other signals. Will those be calibrated or coordinated, or can people expect to get stopped at three lights in a row there?
Yeah, in the design process, we will definitely be taking into account the surrounding signals and any timing that needs to be adjusted.
Given what was just discussed, was there any consideration to roundabouts at this place, or was that just not a good alternative?
Not that I know of. I wasn't here back last year when that was discussed, but as far as I know, DOT approved the signal.
Okay.
Yeah, I think with all those lanes, it might be a very complicated roundabout. Well, I think this will be a big improvement. When would you think that that intersection would actually be? Let's see, this is for the design, but in terms of the installation, when folks could expect to see that?
Yeah, so the design will be about 6 months. The mast arm have a pretty long lead time, so for the design process we are including the design of those foundations, which is kind of atypical for the design process, so hopefully that will speed it up as far as the construction goes. So the construction will kind of just depend on how long those take to come in and get installed.
Do you expect anything like at Stockdale where you had a temporary lights and then you go to full on, or we just go straight to the full installation?
That may be considered in the construction process. We haven't fully worked that out yet, but potentially.
All right. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. That is unanimous. And that moves us to item F, award of a contract for US 17 corridor safety enhancement design.
So this project will consist of safety improvements along the US 17 corridor as follows. At Houston Northcutt, convert the Moe's and Melvin's barbecue driveways to right-in, right-out turns. At US 17 between Ira Road and Hungry Neck Boulevard, convert the two-way left turn into a raised median with improvements to Ira Road between US 17 and Stuart Ingalls Boulevard. On US 17, convert the AutoZone driveway, Old Georgetown Place driveway, Fulton Hall, and Old Georgetown Road to three-quarter access via a raised median section, and design safety improvements at 2 additional locations along US 17. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of HDR Engineering, Inc. of the Carolinas to perform the necessary design engineering work for this project. Staff therefore recommend contracting with HDR Engineering, Inc. of the Carolinas in the amount of $748,941.39 to design the US 17 corridor safety improvements.
Thank you. Is this you, Mr. Aton? So there's a lot in there. I guess I'd like to ask about sort of the stretch where it seems we've been seeing a lot of accidents, and that's 17 in the vicinity of Boone Hall. And so wanted to find out if any of the, I think some of this addresses those medians, but wanted to hear from you about what's involved.
Yes, sir. So as part of the safety action plan and those investigations, left turns from essentially those side streets, whether it's Fulton Hall or Georgetown or Boone Hall, across multiple lanes of high-speed traffic, yielded a pretty high incident rate. And so as part of this, we're essentially going to install that 3/4 access, which allows for right turns from the main line, left turns onto the side streets, and right turns off of the side street. So really the only movement that's being removed is the ability to make a left from the side street onto 17. You'll have to make a right, go down, and utilize one of the signalized intersections to make a U-turn, which is a much safer maneuver than crossing essentially what in most instances is 8 lanes of traffic to get across. So again, it is data driven. As part of the investigation, we will investigate, especially around the Boone Hall area, the potential for signalization. A lot of that will, again, be dependent upon traffic volumes and warrants that DOT will ultimately have a say on.
Thank you. Well, that is sort of a raceway area. There's not a lot of signals in that vicinity, so it is dangerous to make a left and cross that many lanes of traffic. Are there any additional questions or comments from the committee here?
No, I think it's just exciting that you're doing these projects and that the town has leadership that with staff and others that have created the means to be able to do it. We're fortunate to have these opportunities. Thank you.
And Mr. Aton, remind us, what's the total amount that was awarded as part of the Safe Streets for All grant?
So the total grant was $15,790,000. That includes the town's 20% match, which was about $3.2 million. So just over $12.5 million was awarded from USDOT for these improvements.
Well, I believe, personally that staff deserves to be congratulated for this. It's an excellent opportunity for us to leverage a small amount of our local tax dollars for a ton of improvements, really in every corner of town. So my hat's off to you and the others who played such an integral role in us receiving this federal grant. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, that is unanimous. Let's move on to, I guess it's our first one outside of the Safe Streets grant, but it sort of ties in with some of the projects. This is item 6, award of a construction contract for the Scanlonville Praise House Parklet.
Yes. Staff requested bids from qualified and interested bidders to construct the Scanlonville Praise House Parklet. Construction includes selective clearing and grading, installation of boardwalks and sidewalks, landscaping, and installation of on-street parking and amenities. Staff received 2 bids and determined that First Construction Management, LLC, was the lowest, most responsive, and responsible bidder. The construction time is 150 days from the notice to proceed. Staff therefore recommend awarding the contract to First Construction Management, LLC, in the amount of $599,937.90 to construct the Scanlonville Praise House Parklet.
Thank you, Ms. Harness. I know Councilmember Tinky and I were there at the event where they, I guess, didn't break ground, but sort of announced the project, and it's a very exciting parklet for that Mathis Ferry Road area, and it does pay homage to the area's history as well. So it's going to be a wonderful amenity for folks in this town.
And I think it sets an excellent example for putting parklets and green spaces and places to repose and rest and reflect, as well as just enjoy some company. So I think it's a terrific start and right at the beginning of Mathis Ferry. Move to approve. Sorry.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor, Councilmember Crosby, anything on this one? All right, we'll go ahead and take the vote then. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. That moves us to our final contract today. It's an award of a contract for emergency operations, food preparation, and distribution equipment. Ms. Harness.
Yes, staff requested bids from qualified and interested bidders to provide and install commercial grade kitchen equipment at the town's secondary emergency operations center. Staff received 2 bids and determined that Culinary Depot was the lowest, most responsive and responsible bidder. Staff therefore recommend awarding the contract to Culinary Depot in the amount of $141,044.08 to provide and install the kitchen equipment and furniture.
Okay, so this is kitchen equipment for the emergency operations center in this building.
At the public services.
At the public services,
At
the one
the
that's
secondary
okay.
EOC location.
Okay. Oh, Mr.
Mr.
Weiss.
Weiss, could you give us a little information on that? That'd be great.
Good morning. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
Yes, sir. As we designed the Public Services Operations Center, part of the design was figuring out, to include some of the emergency management functions we've had. In the past, the town has relied on the Salvation Army either to provide one of their mobile kitchens to prepare food for our folks working in the field and in the EOC during hurricanes and other events. And then we've also contracted it out to, local vendors to provide food. There's a lot of disadvantages to that because we're reliant on a mobile trailer, and then we're relying on a vendor who may want to evacuate, in the event of a larger storm. So as part of the design of the Public Services Operations Center, we looked at some of the different EOCs, and like Charleston County EOC has an industrial kitchen built in there so they can support Charleston County personnel. So as part of the design, we worked an industrial kitchen into the Public Services Operations Center, and it was approved through council. We're in the midst of trying to finish this project up, hopefully several months ahead of schedule, and it's time to put the kitchen in. So the intent here is we'll have an industrial kitchen that can support town operations during, emergencies, and it can either be staffed by the Salvation Army or a contractor, but they'll have a safe place to work because this will be one of the strongest buildings in town in the event of a storm.
Excellent. You sort of answered my question. I was wondering if you had somebody on staff who could cook, but it sounds like maybe that'll be somebody brought in that specializes in that.
Well, the intent, yes, sir, is, probably in extremis, we could figure it out. We've got some skills, but the intent is to bring somebody in that is used to preparing food for a mass group. And, the town obviously has a lot of personnel working these events in order to keep the town safe and functional.
Around the clock, I might add.
Yes, sir.
So this is designed for town personnel.
Yes, sir. That the intent is we'll be self-contained and be able to feed, fire, police, public services, the folks working in the EOC, the folks working the events, in order to keep them functional and go.
Fantastic.
Any other comments?
No, move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. So that is unanimous. Man, we moved through a lot of stuff, and we are at item 8, which is adjourn right on time. So thanks, everybody. Hope you have a great day.
You're welcome. It's okay. There's usually mints or something over there to suck on.
I know, and I looked and I'm like, it's chocolate.
I know.
She asked if she
Safe Streets for All grant is huge. Affects all areas of the town.
Keep this on time.
Yep.
Y'all ready?
Yep.
Where did Jake go?
I think he's
Oh, he
grabbing his
forgot
phone.
Christine, you okay time-wise? Good morning, everyone. I'm Howard Chapman. I'll be chairing the Finance Committee, and I will call the meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of minutes from the November 3rd, 2025 meeting.
Mr.
There a
Chair, move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Next item is public comments. Anyone with public comment, please come forward and give us your name and address. You have 2.5 minutes. Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 4, which is discussion and possible action to accept the 2025 South Carolina Department of Agriculture grant. Ms. Harness.
Good morning. So the town has been awarded an agribusiness initiative grant through the South Carolina Department of Agriculture and Charleston County. This grant will provide reimbursement for the infrastructure upgrades to the shrimp dock, including structural renovations to the processing facility and parking lot improvements. The grant will reimburse $200,000 of the remaining $2.1 million currently budgeted to this project. Per our grants policy, Town Council is required to accept any grant award greater than $100,000. Therefore, committee needs to forward a recommendation to Town Council to accept this grant.
Thank you, Ms. Harness.
Mr. Chair, I'll
Yes,
move to recommend approval.
Second.
And did have a question. Is this on the?
Motion made and seconded.
Can I ask a question?
Mr. Brownstein.
Thank you. Is this reimbursement for the project that just concluded, or is this reimbursement for future renovations of the shrimp dock?
This is the portion that has not been concluded yet. So this is the portion that is still in progress.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action to amend Chapter 110 Business License Code of Mount Pleasant ordinance with an updated class schedule and other changes. Ms. Harness.
Yes, so today I'll quickly recap the class changes that were presented at last month's committee meeting, and then I'll dive a little bit more in detail into the language changes and walk through some charitable organization examples that were requested. So as required by State Code Act 176, or the Business License Tax Standardization Act, which went into effect January 1st, 2022, the new business license class schedule updates are issued every odd year and must be adopted by ordinance by all municipalities within the state. Those changes go into effect January 1st of each even year and remain for 2-year cycles. These class schedule changes comply with the most recent statistical profitability data from the Internal Revenue Service, which then receives approval from the South Carolina Revenue and Fiscal Affairs Office. The 2025 class schedule is based upon the 3-year average from the 2019 to 21 time period. For the most recent changes, 2 categories were moved to a higher class, while 4 categories moved to a lower class. This listing shows which categories were affected by the class schedule changes. So the cost associated with these class changes is shown here, with the total of all the class changes totaling a loss of just under $400,000 in anticipated revenues. However, even though we are anticipating a slight reduction in business license revenue due to these mandatory class changes, we are also forecasting that new business revenue is projected to be greater than $400,000 in fiscal year 26. So overall, we are anticipating remaining net neutral to prior year revenues and are still on track with our budgeted revenues with no rate changes proposed. Now, the other changes proposed in the ordinance are all language changes, with the biggest change relating to nonprofits or charitable organizations. Currently, charitable organizations are not issued a business license. They are required to register with the town and provide documentation proving their nonprofit status. However, we currently have 83 nonprofits registered in the town, and only 8 of those 83 have submitted their Form 990, which they are required to submit each year. This change would require charitable organizations to officially receive a zero-cost business license each year, unless there was also unrelated taxable business income associated with their 990 tax filing. Now, one example of unrelated business activity is shown here for Roper Hospital. We were able to find a copy of their tax year 2022 990 form online from the IRS sources. It shows that they have unrelated business activity related to non-patient laboratory testing. IRS regulations state that laboratory testing performed by tax-exempt non-teaching hospitals on non-hospital patients or other private office patients is considered an unrelated business activity if these services are otherwise available within the community. So since we do have private laboratories within the town that perform these services, this is taxable business income that would require a separate business license for these services.
Could I ask
Sure.
a question? Are there any other questions, first of all, before I ask Ms. Holmes?
Yes, one quick
Mr.
question.
Brownstein.
Thank you, sir. On the nonprofits, you said there's 83, only 8 of 83 submitted their Form 990 to the IRS. I wanted to ask what sort of notification to these nonprofits do you anticipate when this is approved? I'm just fearful that we're going to catch a lot of people off guard, so I'm hoping that you have a robust plan to identify and talk to these folks.
Sure. We would put a robust communication plan in place, emails, and also physical mailings to these nonprofits. Currently, they're required to submit their 990s to us annually, but it's not codified. It's on their application, and it's just not codified anywhere, so we have no way of really enforcing that. we can go online and search for it, and that's kind of how we found some of the older ones. But it's a very tedious process to do that, and they should be submitting it to us.
Understood. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Yes, sir. Ms. Harness, on the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
and I presume we'll do the same thing on another hospital. This seems like a small amount for an organization as large as Roper is that would provide us with a business license simply of $482. Are we sure there are no other activities that we can claim for them?
Based upon the 2022 tax filing we saw, this was the only one reported. Again, that's from prior years, so 2023, 2024 could have had additional revenues associated with this, or there could have been other unrelated taxable business income that we're just not aware of, because this was the only example we could find online.
Okay. That helps to know that, because I would hope that we will have some further discussions with them as we look at what else should have been included. Although they did their due diligence for IRS, maybe we have some more due diligence for the town of Mount Pleasant based on the number of opportunities we have of sending our emergency personnel there for various issues, and that's just our emergency personnel. And thank you for helping explain that small amount.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, anytime. So the
I-
second
can I-
example.
Okay, yes, sir. Mr.
Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, Mr. Rambo.
The number that we said there are 83 of these organizations. Where did we get that number?
That's the ones that have actually submitted applications to us.
Okay.
So there could even be
A lot
more
more.
registered people
I
that
would
have
think
not
so.
applied, but without codifying this, we have no way of really enforcing and doing audits and going out and
Okay, that kind of brings me to another question, which is related, but I'm not specifically talking about nonprofits with this. But what mechanisms do we have in place to ensure that all of our local businesses have a business license? Like, do we have software that is that runs that, or are we looking at addresses? I've just anecdotally over the years that I've been on council have seen a number of businesses that haven't had them, didn't know they needed them or whatever, and we're in business for quite a while. What are we doing to ensure that's not happening?
we used to have an inspector position. We kind of took that away during the COVID years.
Mm-hmm.
We have used some code enforcement officers to go out and check on word of mouth businesses or things that we hear from community, other staff. We should start beefing that up again going forward.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, through you, sir, and Mr. Rambo, business license inspectors have fallen in and out of favor over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And so when times are leaner, I think there's a feeling that we should have a lighter touch. When things are more robust, then we should inspect more. And so it's our opinion that we would prefer to have a position or hire privately a business license inspection function, because we believe it's out there. I know it's out there. You do too.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have some who are clear should have a business license and don't, and then we have the erosion on sort of the healthcare side of the community going on at the same time here.
So I don't know what process would need to be in place to do that. I see what you're saying about falling in and out of favor, but to me, it's a fairness in business practice. You have 10 private businesses and 6 of them get a business license and spend the money to do that like they're supposed to. The other 4 whether it's lean times or not, it's really not. I mean, to me, it's just a fairness issue. So I would love for that to be looked into more, those different options, and brought back maybe at next month's meeting.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions before Ms. Harness goes forward? Go ahead.
Okay. So this second example of unrelated business income is fictional, but it is a clear example that was given in IRS dialogue. In this example, there's a youth advocacy group that also owns and operates a miniature golf course, which is open to the general public. The course is run by salaried employees, and the fees charged are comparable to other facilities within the region and are designed to return a profit. So since the operation of the mini golf course doesn't contribute to the organization's exempt purpose, it's therefore considered an unrelated business activity and would be taxable. So it's just
No
kind
questions
of
on this one. My only question is, where is this golf course?
yeah. Again, fictional example.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. So the IRS Form 990 is an informational tax form that tax-exempt organizations must file annually to provide the IRS with an overview of their activities, governance, and financial information. It also includes information on unrelated business taxable income, if there is any, for that organization. The documentation listed here for nonprofits to submit is the same information listed on our website that is currently required of them, but again, it's not codified within the ordinance. So without having the Form 990, we have no way of knowing if there are unrelated business activities for these organizations. So adding this language in, codifying it, will allow us to collect the information and move forward.
Any questions? Go ahead.
So the other language changes include the section for suspension or revocation of a license within our current business license code. This is now being updated to also include charitable organizations.
Keep going.
And then we are also recommending clarification language regarding gross receipts for real estate agencies. So totally off topic of nonprofit now, moving on to gross receipts for real estate agencies. The intent of this section related to gross income for real estate brokers and agents is to avoid double taxation of revenues. However, some brokers are attempting to reduce their gross revenue receipts by backing out the income they pay to their own agents who do not pay a separate business license tax. So this language helps to clean up that misconception and make the intent what it truly is.
Mr. Brownstein.
Yes. And is this pretty standard practice across the municipalities of South Carolina?
I'm not sure if it's not in the standard business license language. What is in the standard business license language is what we currently have, and we keep getting questions about that. James or David, would one of you want it? We've reached out to Municipal Association of South Carolina and received some guidance.
Yes, Mr. Pagliarini, thank you. So I guess I'll just lay out my understanding of this issue is that the individual real estate agents do not get a business license, but rather the broker in charge of the real estate firm is the one that gets the business license. Is that's correct? How it works? Okay.
Yes.
And so the situation is that brokers were paying the agents their commission and trying to take that out of their gross taxable income. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, this is conversation. Some brokers, as Tammy indicated, were reducing their gross income by the amount they're paying their agents, which in our understanding, our review, and my legal position is not what the state statute provides. and not what town ordinance provides. But somehow they were twisting that to read it that way. And we are not, in my opinion, changing the law. We're simply clarifying the intent of state law.
I would think that would be, car dealers. They don't, the amount of commission they pay to the salesperson, that's not backed out of their gross taxable income, correct?
That is exactly true, and you can apply that example to many businesses across the state. And what I will say is to answer your question, municipalities are dealing with this issue. I think we're being forward thinking on it to try to clarify the language. I believe our position is in line with that of the Municipal Association. I don't know of any reputable agency, perhaps except for some of the brokers that disagree with this. And I did speak with representatives of the brokers group, and obviously they disagree with our thinking on this. But I think we're exactly right, and this is the way it should be applied.
Yeah, I received some of those same communications from the real estate community, and I really, I guess, disagree with their position on it. It seems to me that all revenues should be treated as taxable, and to back out what you're compensating your employees is just inconsistent with how every other business that operates under this program does it. So to me, I think this is the right approach, and I applaud you for putting this in the ordinance. Applaud you, Ms. Harness, for putting this in the ordinance. It just, from a fairness issue, to have one industry that can back out what they're paying their employees from their taxable income just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Mr. Rambo.
I do agree with clarifying this. I will say though, typically they're not employees, they're 1099, which is still, if they're not paying a business license in and of it, if it's an individual agent, so to speak, and they're getting a 1099 income from this, they would not pay their own business license. So it would be, but what if it was like shared compensation or something with another agency that is paying a business license, and so then that becomes revenue on their business license? It seems like there is a difference there. Am I correct or not correct?
Yes. If you're sharing, for example, with another broker,
yes.
So let's take a standard residential real estate transaction where there's a 6% commission and it is applied to the listing agent, but it is split 50-50, then that exactly is a scenario that state law calls for and our ordinance allows for. If you're not receiving that income, you shouldn't have to pay business license on it. So that is contemplated.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Harness.
Thank you. Also listed on the business license application, it states that there are no refunds for overestimating gross income, but it has never been spelled out in the ordinance. So we are adding that in here. We always tell businesses when they apply their first year to estimate low, and some don't take that advice, and then they are requesting reimbursement, and we do not reimburse for overestimating gross revenues on the initial tax return. And then the final change is removing language that a business license can be transferable in some instances. With our recent implementation of our online permitting and licensing, or OPAL software, there is no longer the option to transfer a license, as a new application and account are required for any changes. So therefore, we're just removing that language in total. And that is all I have, unless there's other questions.
Mr. Rambo.
Can we go back one
Sure.
slide, please? And can you explain this again? What's happening with this one?
So when a business applies for their initial business license, sometimes they don't have revenues yet. They're a brand new business.
Typically not, yeah.
So they estimate. They estimate and pay their taxes based upon either a prorated year, and then that next year it gets trued up and they pay the actual based upon their IRS information. their tax information. So in this first initial year, even though we tell them to estimate low, sometimes they estimate that they're going to make all this revenue and they pay a higher business license tax than they should have when their true IRS tax information gets filed the next year, and then they look to get reimbursed for that. But it's
it wouldn't be a credit towards the next year's.
no. It's clearly stated on the application. It's just never been codified within the ordinance.
But if you underestimate, what happens then?
Then in the next year, you basically true that up because you're going to file your taxes based upon your true revenues the preceding year, and you will pay.
So if we don't collect enough tax, we end up collecting the tax. But if we collect too much tax, we don't give it back.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman. Question.
But go ahead, Ms. Whitaker.
Yes, just to clarify, this is
Sure.
already happening. We're just codifying it in the ordinance itself.
Correct.
I actually didn't know that. Not a fan.
Okay. So this finishes up this particular issue on our agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Chair, can we go to
Brownstein.
can we go to that next slide again? Just want to just had a question. I don't know that this is relevant, but perhaps you know. Does this the fact that we can't transfer a business license, does that have any implications for businesses that have either licenses or certifications from the state, like a restaurant owner who has a liquor license, or a barber that is regulated by, I guess, Department of Environmental Services? Just curious if the fact that you can't transfer a business license, does that create any issues for a business license or business that is regulated by the state?
I'm going to have Melody Lane, our business license official, come up to better answer that one.
Sorry. Good morning.
Good
No,
morning.
it would not. Those licenses issued by the state are, in general, issued to the individual, not to the business. A little bit different with the alcohol licensing, but your state LOR licenses are to the individual. So if they're selling the business, the new owner is going to have to get their new license from the state, and then that just simplifies it with getting their business license that's now issued to the new owner.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know how that worked. Thank you.
Mr. Rambo.
All right, I have a couple more questions that are kind of general business license questions. It kind of relates to people who have not gotten, or businesses that have not gotten them. Let's say they are called. What is the penalty for that? Let's say you've been operating in Mount Pleasant for 3 years without a business license. It's discovered. Do they have to report their income for those 3 years and pay what they should have paid? What is the process for that?
Yes, sir. So if they have been operating without a license, state law says we can only go back 3 years. But we will. So if they've been operating 5 years, we ask for their last 3 years of income tax numbers, whatever they reported. Then we tax them on that, and then there's a 30% penalty per year.
So is the tax
That's
plus
the
a 30%
maximum penalty per year.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Do we have a motion?
Did we already have one? No.
I thought we did last meeting. We recommended approval.
Yeah.
Do we need to do it again?
I would suggest we do, for sake of continuity.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we recommend approval of this to the full council.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded that we recommend the revisions to our business license ordinance to full council. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, call for a question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and it will be recommended to full council at next Tuesday's meeting. And thank you for helping us understand this, Ms. Harness, and also thank you for maybe getting some of the businesses that were not in any way filing for a business license, get on board. Thank you. Any other discussion before we adjourn? We adjourn.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Oh, well, let's leave it on.
It's about time for your interview. Yeah. Feeling it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Push that button if you want to speak.
I just saying good morning to Mark.
How you doing? Good. Notre Dame might have the team this year, huh?
all the
It's true.
ladies.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, you were. That game was close. Real close, wasn't it? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happened. Yeah.
Good.
All right. We will call the December 1st Health, Recreation, and Events Committee meeting to order. Second thing on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the October 6, 2025 meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any comments? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. Number 3 on the agenda is public comments. Is anyone here to make a public comment? Please give your name and address, and you have 2.5 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rick Gutowski, and I live at 1612 Collier Street in Hamlin Plantation. I am speaking on behalf of the East Cooper Arts Advocates, ECAA, formerly the Mount Pleasant Community Arts Center Committee. First of all, we applaud the progress Council has made in making our dreams come true by establishing a town-sponsored arts facility. The venue MTP in the town has our full support in taking this proof of concept to its most desirable conclusion: a cultural arts center for all residents of Mount Pleasant. In your committee meeting today, we hope the following issues can be addressed. Why has there not been public announcement, open house, or ribbon cutting? Why has there been no input from local organizations, artists, or Mount Pleasant residents? Why have not the Mount Pleasant taxpayers been told of the cost of this project? The contract for an for artistic director operator was awarded in April 2024. Why is the town now having closed discussions on rental fees for the venue and MTP? The Village Repertory has announced performances in the venue for December through May. What are they being charged? And shouldn't all artists in town have rental rates and times of availability so they can plan their use of the facility? The ECAA is in the process of finalizing a database of all spaces available for arts in Mount Pleasant. We want to highlight the venue MTP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Smith, 410 Royal Avenue, and I'm here to address the Edwards Park and the off-leash hours. From the mid-90s until 2018, this park has worked as intended, and it continues to work today. But in 2018, the word dog park came into the picture, and someone started a petition to turn this into a fenced dog park. This is at least my 7th time to come before this committee or before town council since that time. You know the history of this park, and after Hugo, a commission was formed. After meeting with the community, it was decided that this would always be a passive park for all to use, and it continues that way until today. Making off-leash hours, to me, sets the stage to again make it known as the dog park. This park should always remain as a park for all to use: scouts, yard sales, dogs and their owners, school groups, etc. My question continues: why does this have to change, and who wants these changes? No one has yet to answer that for me. And as you know, no one wants any fencing. Again, I want to thank Andy and TJ and those involved in saving our beautiful oaks. The oaks around Edwards Park, I feel like, are going to now be protected. And now to save the very historic live oak and the azaleas at the Royal Avenue tennis courts. I hope to see that happen. Thanks again for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment?
Hi, I'm Sarah Mitchell, 313 Royal Avenue. Because we have a couple new members, let me give you a quick history of the Edwards Park issue. 2 years ago, the town tried to make the park into an official dog park with fencing. We waged a campaign and had 800 neighbors sign a petition with over 300 yard signs that we as a community wanted no changes to Edwards Park. The town also tried this tactic a few years before that, and the community squashed that too. All of this dog park talk was intended to keep people and their dogs off Alhambra and finally enforce the leash law at Alhambra so that it could stay pristine for wedding guests, not for the good tax-paying citizens of Mount Pleasant. Alhambra is where everyone wants to be. If you want to compromise, you can do off-leash hours there and do it where people have been kicked off. That's where the people and the dogs want to be. 800 taxpayers support no changes to Edwards Park. 800 people don't want official leash hours or dog hours at Edwards Park because it sits in the middle of a neighborhood surrounded by houses. This is not an appropriate place for an official dog park in Mount Pleasant. All of the dog parks in Mount Pleasant are tucked away behind water treatment centers and under bridges, not in the middle of a neighborhood surrounded by houses and children. The proposal of dog park hours is going to result in one bad ending for Edwards Park. Either you enforce the hours and write a bunch of tickets where people are going to be very, very angry, or you don't enforce the hours and Mount Pleasant will have established an official dog park in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Then children can't play there, people without dogs cannot go, and it will become one ugly, big dirt pit. Your best option is to listen to the 800 people who signed the petition to preserve Edwards Park and make no changes. This may seem like a minor issue on your agenda, but it's a major issue for our community. The majority has already spoken twice. I would hate for you ladies to step in dog poop in your first month in office, but any changes made to Edwards Park, that's exactly what you'll be doing. If you need to reach me, Mr. Agafano, Mr. Tinky, and Mr. Brownstein know me well. They have supported our position on preserving Edwards Park, and they have my contact information.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment? Going once. Okay.
Hey there, I'm Ashley Graham. I live at 304 Bank, directly across from the park. I've lived there for over 5 years, and with the rest of these ladies here, we represent, I'd say, the majority of folks who do live directly around the park. So we're looking at it every single day. So I feel like our perspective is meaningful for that reason. And I just want to reiterate what they've said, which is let's leave it the way it is. We love it. We love the park. Dog lovers enjoy it. I mean, it is honestly an expansive crabgrass, but that's fine. That's fine for us. That's fine for the kids who want to play flag football. I think the Tai Chi ladies may have decamped to the greener pastures of Alhambra because the grass is very well kept. But for us, Edwards Park is perfect the way it is. We love it. It's such an asset to the entire neighborhood. And I think it should just remain the way it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment?
Good morning. I'm Janet Newham at 510 Pitt Street in Mount Pleasant. And thank y'all for your service. I know this is like a sticky thing to tackle, and I appreciate very much you wrapping your minds around it and trying to do, truly, I know that's from your heart, what's best for the community overall. I know we keep coming back to it and saying we would love for it to just stay the way it is. No one's getting tickets for their dogs running off leash. There's this great sense of community with the folks who are off leash. There's kids there throwing balls, and it's just wonderful the way it is. If there is a legal reason or some reason that we don't know about that it can't stay that way, could we address that? Just to look at that. No, I've not heard anyone talk about that or seen anything about it. So could we look at that? Is there a law that says that we have to go another route for designated off-leash hours or fence it or something? And you know, our overall position is never, never, never fence anything in Edwards Park, truly. And I think y'all are in that spirit too. Thank you for that. I so get what you're thinking of with the pilot program, and I applaud that, and I understand that it has worked downtown for the city of Charleston in some of their special parks, but this isn't that space. And so if there is a way that we can work around and just keep it the way it is, I think that's the spirit of the whole community and what they're looking for. We also, I know Ashley was talking about the crabgrass. True, there's crabgrass there. Andy Weiss and his team do a fabulous job of keeping the park and all of Mount Pleasant straight. We have talked to him about forming, and we are forming, a Friends of Edwards Park, which is, and everyone is super, super excited and embracing that, that can help supplement Andy and his team and their efforts in keeping that park nice. Filling in some of the dog holes. It does, with the dogs there, it does have more wear and tear than some of the other parks and areas in Mount Pleasant. We have neighbors who can help supplement that and can work with Andy. And like I said, he's been great and really embraced that. So you'll probably see that starting I haven't talked to Andy yet, but January or February, Andy? Yeah. So we'll get that going too. But just so you know, the spirit of the community is truly to keep it the way that it is, and they're willing to step up and help that. Thank y'all so much for all you do.
Thank you.
I'm Julie Allison. I live at 500 Pitt Street. I would just like to ditto things that have been said. I know you've heard it all. We are the neighbors surrounding the park, and we know what happens in the park, and I hope you will not destroy our Edwards Park.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay. Thank you for all of those comments, ladies. We will move on to the next item on the agenda. Item number 4, discussion and potential action identifying off-leash dog areas in the town.
Yes, so just point of reference before, I know we've had a couple meetings about the same topic. I have kind of given Councilwoman Whitaker and Councilwoman Crosby kind of an overview of what was talked about, obviously since they're the new council members. So we've talked about a lot of different things. I certainly think that there's plenty of options out there either way. You know, I will certainly take whatever direction the committee wants to give us. But, you know, again, we've talked about this a couple meetings or so I'm glad to answer any questions or get into any further discussion that we had regarding this topic.
Okay. I know that Ms. Hyatt and I have had a number of chances to weigh in on this issue, but would any of our new committee members like to share their opinion? Who wants to go first?
It's all good. I will. Thank you.
Ms. Whitaker.
I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for being engaged on this issue. I would just say that, you know, we have a law that the dogs are supposed to be on leashes at all times. I understand this issue in this particular area of town, in this particular park. Potentially, there's been increased enforcement. I haven't seen anything to necessarily back up that, you know, this idea that there's an increase of ticketing or any of that nature. My understanding is gentle reminders typically work when it comes to dog owners and most citizens in our town. So I am for moving on from this issue without any further action, including I'm not in support of any kind of pilot program.
I live in the neighborhood. I use the dog park. My child uses the dog park. I support keeping it status quo as it is. I don't see the need for leash times on or off. So.
Okay. Thank you both. Ms. Hyatt, do you have anything?
I don't know. Is there a legal way for us to not enforce the leash law in one particular park in town?
Yes, ma'am. You'd have to open up the ordinance and exclude Edwards Park. Because how this issue is generated was complaints. Mm-hmm. Complaints about inaccessibility to Edwards Park. Can't have a picnic there. Grounds are disgusting. Owners don't pick up after their pets. It's inaccessible. And so the law is the law. There are also complaints from others in other parts of town northern parts of town in particular, where there is a leash law that's enforced. And so we've got to have clarity either way. Mm-hmm. If you'd like to exclude this one, you could. You may want to consult your attorney, but that would be an option.
Okay. Yeah, this matter came up because people in the area were disappointed with the enforcement of the leash law after decades of having free time at the parks. So, you know, I'm not sure what the compromise is, but if we're going to enforce the law, then that's what we're going to have to do, or change it. So this is how this came up. What compromise could we come up with if we did a pilot program? I know we mentioned a different area of town. Was it Kearns?
Yes, ma'am. That's been mentioned in previous meetings.
Right. I don't know if anybody on the committee would be interested in a pilot program at that park, which it's more off the beaten path, I feel like, and probably might be a more ideal spot to just try this sort of program. But it's just up to committee members. If we don't have any support, then we don't need to take it further.
Okay. All right. I agree with the first two comments as far as just kind of leaving it the way it is and moving on from this issue. I'm glad to hear that the oaks are being better protected from the parking, so that's great too. But I'm good with moving on, and it sounds like that's probably the majority opinion. But I'll just, if anybody has any motions or anything, we'll entertain them now. But if not, I will move on to the next agenda item. Okay. All right. With that, we will move on to item number 5, review of opening and operations of Community Arts Center.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to introduce Keely Enright. She's going to give you a little update on the arts venue and kind of what's going on and when we're going to open.
Hey,
Hi. Thank you.
happy holidays. We've been very, very busy over at the venue MTP. We are not open yet, but we do have occupancy. So lights are being hung and modular stage is going up. And that's what I spent my Thanksgiving weekend doing. Very excited about a sneak peek of the facility. It's been a long process. As the gentleman behind me said, yes, this contract actually started in April of 2024. So it's been a long process to get here. We're really excited about it, and we think the community is going to love the space. I made promises that we would open before Christmas, and I am going to keep those promises to you if it kills me, but it won't. It's going to be really exciting, and we will have a sneak peek first production in the venue opening December 19th. And there's some information there about the first show that'll go up. So we would love to see people. So people have started to purchase tickets already, and we're excited to have you come in. It will not be open to the general public other than those performances specifically until after the new year. We really are racing to get the space open, but we're using a sneak peek opportunity as a great way to generate buzz and excitement, get both our citizens and our visitors and artists into the space to see the space. It is my experience over as an artist that artists need to see a space to see how it breathes and functions and works. And I think once, I know Laura's been in the space, so I know she can speak to it's exciting and really cool. And we think everybody's going to really love it when they get into the space. But that being said, it's not open to the general public until after the first of the year. We don't have offices set up yet. There's still things that need to be done. So that being taken into account when we do open. I think, TJ, you have rental rates there for the rent structure for the venue MTP. That is all listed there. We were very careful and solicitous as far as looking at other community centers in the Lowcountry, as well as the way Mount Pleasant structures Alhambra Hall structure, trying to be very cognizant of making it is available to both our residents as a first priority and also nonprofits, and then secondary tier for for-profit or non-Mount Pleasant residents here in the community. So it's all laid out pretty well. I am absolutely interested and available to talk to any arts group that wants to talk to me. Info at thevenuemtp.com is the easiest way to get immediately a hold of me right now while we still are setting up the offices and setting up the structure. So again, we appreciate everyone's time and patience. It's been a long process, but I promise you it has not been without effort and all the conscientious desires of our community behind what we're doing right now. So everybody from any arts group needs to reach out, and I will absolutely and have reached out to anyone and everyone that wants to talk about the space, talk about what the calendar looks like, do a tour now that we are actually able to, look at the space and walk through the space without having to wear a hard hat. And that just happened as of last Friday. Okay, so none of this is happening in any way. We're moving as quickly as we can.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much for all of your work on this. As it was mentioned and has been mentioned before, it's a tall order for everything that you have done between April and now. Very excited about the sneak peek. Super excited about 2026. My question is in terms of the calendar and the dates that it would be available to residents, nonprofits, etc. But it's first priority, which I applaud. The nonprofits and residents first. What is the kind of percentage that it's going to be like of the available open dates? What's the percentage that it's open to people to use to pay this fee and to use?
Well, and that's all really still to be determined because right now the calendars are really very open, but we will be trying to put people who will want to use it on a semi-regular basis. So that is all to be determined. I don't have the answers to those questions.
And I will just say that, we have been, in addition to building the site, building the SITE website, right, in terms of that availability as well. So all of that is a work in progress.
Yes.
Which I appreciate. And again, appreciate the rental fee structure here and you guys putting this out there today, and look forward to 2026.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just say I would look forward to having some ribbon cutting or grand opening, after the first of the year, so that interested parties can come and check out the facility.
That is
It's
the number
really
one
great to see.
priority. We're
Yeah.
meeting this week. TJ and I are meeting this week. We had to get through Thanksgiving and also making sure we had an occupancy so we could make dates available. And that is a priority to have a grand opening or an open house party or something of that nature. Probably closer to be truthful with you, probably closer to Valentine's. That'll give us time to get those finishing touches on the facility. But that's what we're planning.
Okay, great.
I have a few questions as well, and following up from public comment. And first of all, thank you for all your hard work with this.
Thanks.
And anything I'm about to ask is not to take away from the hard work, but I do have some questions as far as these fees. And when we compare it to Alhambra Hall, the fees for Alhambra Hall were set by council. They were updated recently, I believe, which had to go before council. This is the first I'm seeing of these fees. This might be a procedural question or something like that, but I'm not clear why these don't have to be approved and why this was not brought to council, these fees. Is that because it's being run by an outside group,
Yes.
so to speak?
Yes, I'll go back and confirm that. It's a good question, but that is the answer.
Is that it's run by an outside
Yep.
group? Okay. And maybe I need to go back and review the MOU, maybe, or contract. RFP, thank you.
It's in there.
Yeah, it's in the RFP. Okay. Is that, does the RFP also address, as far as following up from Ms. Whitaker's question, as far as priority, what dates are available, who gets priority for those dates, how that process is determined? Does it address that? Do we know?
Because we're an independent operator and we are we are responsible for all of the staffing, all of the costs, all of the technicians that would come in. We're responsible for all of that, and we're paying for all of that. So again, with an independent operator, those are set up so that we can have a functioning structure.
Understood. Okay. And then, and this good. So I would love for us to get a standing agenda item every few months, maybe, to kind of update.
Absolutely.
On the status of this. Maybe maybe we do another update in January. But then we'll get on a schedule to do maybe every 3 months or so to come back before this committee just to kind of give updates on progress and things like that. Look at the other. Yeah. Okay. That kind of took me through my questions. Thank you for answering those. And Mr. Rossi, can you please send the committee the RFP again? Can you email us the RFP document again that was submitted so that we can have a fresh understanding of the relationship between the town and
I will have it sent over to you.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody else have any questions, comments on this? Keely, thank you again for all of your hard work. We appreciate it
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Thanks so
All
much.
right, I'm excited to see it, and I'll reach out to you because I really do. I really want to see it.
Okay, good.
Okay. Hey. All right. We will move on to item number 6: program and project updates.
Yes, so just want to give you guys a few updates on some of the ongoing projects. Some are close to completion, some are somewhat starting, and others are kind of in the middle. So our Muggsy Kerr Tennis Center, we have some new construction going on there. We're meeting bi-weekly, almost have the complete design finished, and then obviously has to go through a couple different channels before we can begin construction there. But hopefully by the end of this 2026, that will be completed. So that's the goal at the moment.
Do we anticipate once that construction begins, do we anticipate that causing any closure of any current courts during activities? Or
our goal is to not have any closure. There will be some manipulation of the site due to a water pipe that's going to kind of preclude the driveway, if you will, a little bit, but we don't anticipate closing too much. Now, obviously, when water's being tapped and electricity and things, there may be some times where, things may have to be on halt for a day or two, but we're trying to avoid any extended closures during the construction.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Our other project, our Cario baseball field, softball field project is just about completed. We're finishing up a few change order items this month, so hopefully that will be up and running by the end of the month. For those of you that aren't aware, that's the site that used to be a multi-purpose field at Cario. Now it's going to be a full-size high school size baseball field. Artificial turf, which can be used for a multitude of other sports and activities. Even though it does look like a baseball field, we can play soccer, football, all kinds of things out there because it's artificial turf. So that'll be a really cool project. I know the school's excited to be able to use it as well. And then our big project, our Rifle Range Road project. We've got our dates for our final DRT submittals. So those are coming in here as we speak. So we're kind of getting closer to a shovel in the ground date, if you will, for early part of next year. I've attached here is kind of the overview of the latest of what the park's going to look like. Really the only thing from the original that you can't see here is we had to decrease the soccer fields to 3.5 instead of 4 just due to some spacing issues, but still going to be meeting our needs for what we need at that park. And I've also attached some renderings. This is actually what it'll look like. We've gone over all of our interior decorating options, if you will, last month. So this is some renderings of what it will look like once it's open. This is the lobby area as you walk in the front door. This is a view from the walking track that'll be above both basketball courts. So it's going to be pretty cool for those that want to just get a little walk or jog in as their kid is practicing or playing a game or whatnot. So, and this is just kind of a view of what it will look like. We've got multiple courts here. We've got basketball, we've got pickleball, we've got volleyball. So it's gonna turn out really well. And this is just a little view of an outdoor restroom near the court spaces by the tennis courts and pickleball courts. Anybody have any questions on any of the project updates that I'd be happy to answer?
Anybody have any questions?
Good.
Okay.
All right. And then, I went too far. These are our numbers that we kind of update the committee on each month. So for the new members, it's really what sports we have during those seasons. They won't change every committee meeting because our seasons run, kind of for a year, if you will. But as you can tell, our numbers are increasing year after year. So that's always a good sign. Residents are utilizing our services. We do have 2 big events coming up, obviously with the holidays. They're at the bottom of the sheet with our market and then again with our holiday parade. So that'll be in 2 weeks. So I know we will see all of you at both of those events. So any questions on program update?
With facility rental revenue, is that based on calendar year or is that based on a fiscal?
Fiscal.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that 2025 is just through 5 months or so.
Yeah, and a lot of times the rentals will come in based on the contract. Like some of our bigger soccer facility, our soccer outfits, they kind of pay not so much monthly, but at the end of certain times of the season. Like they just finished half their season. Their other half of the season will finish around April or May.
Okay, understood. Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this? Okay. Beautiful. Anything else, Mr. Rawson?
All
All right.
good
With
here,
that,
Mr.
we will stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
It is pretty fun, isn't it?
I think so. I'll double check. We'll make sure to confirm. Yes, ma'am.
What's next?
Are those rates available? Send them from the rate. I got it, but there's two things. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we might do that. So we can help you. Oh, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm ready.
Good. How are you? How are you? How was things? Good. It's good. We just stuck around here. In laws.
Shopping Friday to get my son a new car.
Oh.
He backed into somebody.
Oh.
Totally damaged the old one. So everybody was okay. It was low speed stuff, but still. So that was Friday. So I helped him out.
Oh.
So, anyway. But everything's good.
How's car shopping on Black Friday? Is it crazy?
You know what? It was easy. We went really early, and I think that probably had something to do with it because the couple dealerships we went to, they were saying they were expecting throughout the day some big crowds.
Yeah.
But what's great was we were there almost so early that when you had to make the purchase and you go through all the paperwork.
Yeah.
And all that it was people were waiting around, because it hadn't quite begun. So it was good. But yeah, had family in town and did all that. So you guys stay home.
Yeah. Elizabeth, her mom and dad came
Good.
from Camden. Not that far.
Yeah. What is it?
It's like 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Roughly 2. They came down, hung out, and we actually came Wednesday, and we did a little date night and spent too much money on downtown dinner and all that stuff. But it was cool.
It's
So,
good though. You gotta
yeah.
It's good. Especially so you're saying they had
They
childcare.
stayed with the kids, yeah. So,
Perfect. Yeah, you got to do it. You got to go out.
yeah. Yeah, and we did. It was cool. It was nice. The night before Thanksgiving was kind of like fun food night anyway. So.
True. That's good. So, you were down there doing
Bye.
something.
See ya.
Oh, I guess so. All right, I'll catch up.
The current law is as all dogs should be leashed at all times. Public areas. That is which right, which we can't really do. So there you go. This is circle. You gotta like it when it keeps going round and round. Yeah. That's enough. If you can watch it, right? If you because my dog is not on the first control, so he's on. Hello. Me and you and John, I think. It's just us three. Is it just us three? I think so. I have to look back and see.
That's a great shift. I knew nothing about that, really. Yeah. Yeah, it was like kind of went from like being in the center of all that patronage stuff to like ending it. Yeah, it was cool. I know, it was. Yes, fascinating. And it was short. 4 episodes. That'd be the night after he left. I looked it up. I was like, it was real. Yeah, it's a real thing.
for Monday, the 21st.
Morning.
Next item is approval of minutes from the October 6th meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 3 is public comment. If we have anybody here to address the committee. Doesn't look like we do today. Okay. Next item is executive session to review and discussion of an economic development incentive package. Committee may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed in an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. Do we have a motion to go into executive session?
I move to go to executive session.
Second. Okay. All in favor? Aye. No opposed? Okay. We are in executive session.
from executive session. No votes were taken.
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Motion.
Okay.
I recommend to move to council the incentive package as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All righty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion
Nope.
passes. Great. Okay. With that, we will adjourn.
Well done, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Chairwoman.
Chairman's fine.
Chairman Bowles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just easier. All right, what's next?
Planning.
Okay, so
Okay. I'm gonna go speak to her. I don't know what she wants to do.
yeah, do your thing. You're gonna do great.
I don't want to be on camera. Is that what she's trying to do? I think so. I'm not doing it. I don't do cameras.
You're camera ready. I can see. I can see.
You're still wet. Am I? I forgot. I'm now the chair.
I'm figuring all this out. It's the way it goes. So, no. I'm gonna say.
How are you?
Yeah.
We're being paged. Jane, you good? Okay.
We'll call to order our planning committee meeting for first. Next item is approval minutes from the November 3rd meeting.
Second. Aye.
Number 3 is public comment. If we have anybody in the audience here for public comment.
We just need name, address, and you have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Larry Kaprowski.
Uh-huh.
And I'm on Charleston County Council representing, East Cooper, but I'm here in my individual capacity today, not speaking on behalf of the council. And I'm very honored and excited to be here to talk about what we did last week with the 10 mile and our second reading on the zoning. We voted unanimously to keep it at one home per 3 acres. And I want to say this is not a down zoning. We're not taking away anybody's property rights. We're just not up zoning. And the thing is, we had about 30 people coming from 10 mile that came the hour and a half each way to say, and I had everybody that was here from 10 miles stand up if you're for this, and about 30 did. And it cleared up a misunderstanding from the first reading, which the staff had said, well, we asked the community and they voted. And I asked, well, what did that mean? And they said, we did a head count. And I said, well, how many people participated? And they said between 10 and 15. So that meant, and I said, how many voted in favor? Well, I think it was 1 or 2 more in favor than not of the that wanted to keep it the other way or not, or change it to 3 homes per acre. So that meant as little as 6 or as many as 9 had participated affirmatively. And I pointed out that at the meeting, there was either 3 or 4 more times came to the meeting all that way and strongly didn't want it. And I say this as a resident of East Cooper. I'll be on county council maybe 1 year, maybe 4 years, and I'll be back living here. And whatever happens, it would set a precedent. There's 30 more miles to the Georgetown County line. If we were to upzone this, and then the precedent would be set, and everybody that's there is going to be coming through Mount Pleasant and Charleston. And I can't fix with a magic wand, the transportation things in northern Mount Pleasant, but we can be proactive and keep things from getting worse. And I know this has to do with annexation, and this begs you to consider when you annex, to follow what we're doing with the 1 home per 3 acres and not try to make it more dense, because that's just going to create traffic problems and aggravate. We don't have the infrastructure, and we can not undo what's been done, but we can prevent things from getting worse. And it can get much worse if we don't be proactive. So thank you very much. For our third reading will be on December 13th, but I expect, since it was unanimous, I don't anticipate any difference on the 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and please forgive me. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I have to go back to work. Take care.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Wendy Lockhart, and I live on Chandler Road in the 10 Mile Historic District. I'm here today to speak specifically about the zoning designation for the property within the 10 Mile community that was recently annexed to the town of Mount Pleasant. Today's zoning decision will set a critical and potentially damaging precedent for our community. At the October 14th Town of Mount Pleasant Council meeting, Mr. Manchester stated that he had no plans for his 11 acres and that his primary intent was to simply ride four-wheelers with his children. However, his previous efforts to push for higher density, specifically 3 homes per 1 acre, in the 10-mile community meetings suggest a different, clearly economic goal. Granting a high-density zoning for any annexed land within the community is effectively validating a strategy to bypass the existing density requirements. But it's not just about one property. This annexation and rezoning establishes a dangerous precedent. Consider this. There are 19 acres currently for sale on Chandler Road. Another 12 is going to be listed shortly. That's 31 acres on Chandler Road up for development. If those 31 acres were allowed to annex and then bypass our current density zoning of 1 home to 3 acres to a 3 home to 1 acre, that is potentially 93 homes, new homes on Chandler Road. That would fundamentally change the historic and rural character of our community. Forget the impact to infrastructure. And that's just Chandler Road. Our community, like the previous speaker said, we're working in partnership with Charleston County to develop and approve an overlay that will officially protect the integrity of 10 Mile. We're close to the finish line. Our second reading, as he said, was just held on the 20th. He gave some details about that. So I just ask, please, this committee to defer any other requests to annex into the town of Mount Pleasant until the 10-mile overlay is finalized. But more importantly, please designate a zoning classification that supports the overlay density standard of 1 home per 3 acres for any annexed property within the 10-mile district. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
can't see y'all.
Any other comments for the committee? Okay. Next item, overview of the Asian longhorn beetle impact and update on quarantine efforts.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I'm going to introduce Jacob Beach with the Clemson Regulatory Program, and he's going to give you an overview of the topic at hand. Work?
Do you have my slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. There you go.
So, as she said, I'm Jacob Beach. I'm the program manager for the Asian Longhorn Beetle Cooperative Eradication Program. This is a joint operation with USDA for a federally regulated pest. This is the pest in question. It is a woody exotic boring insect. I hope that y'all have been briefed on this. It is a big deal. It affects many trees found in Mount Pleasant, primarily maple trees. We're seeing a lot of different maples in your community. We've been over in Hollywood since 2020, and we recently found it over here in Mount Pleasant. I'll go into that a little bit. But this is what we're looking for. I've got crews out there actually today. I've got some of your town employees out there. I've got Eddie Bernard working with my team to kind of identify some of this damage and show them what we're looking for. So these are egg sites where the beetle will lay their egg, and then it will spend its life tunneling around and destroying the inside of that tree, and then it will emerge out of an exit hole. So that's what we're looking for. It takes a very trained eye to do this. USDA and Clemson have limited staff. However, we do have contract staff that we work with. It's Davy Resources Group. So they'll be backing us up in the near future. But at this point, we're still delimiting where we're at with your infestation that was detected in August this year. So we started out with a grid survey from the initial point of detection there in Mount Pleasant Town Center. Through that, we found in the area, we found about 75 trees that are infested, but that's just what we've looked at. We know that there are more infested right around those trees. Once we identified an infested tree, we moved on just to keep building out that area. And we've spent most of our time in areas that there is not infested trees, trying to figure out, is this infestation larger? So we've looked at over 2,000 trees in the community. So we identified that the population matched the Hollywood location. So it's likely through human-assisted movement that this came to Mount Pleasant. So through firewood or debris disposal, something like that. So regulatory is actively patrolling your area and working with all of the businesses that have been registered in your community that might do land clearing operations or tree trimming, tree removals, things like that, to ensure that the material doesn't leave the quarantine that was established on October 15th. So today I mentioned that we're working with your staff, but I also have Forestry Commission out there, USDA, and I actually brought in CBP from the port to help. These are our first line of defense. CBP preventing the introduction of infested material from another country, but also your employees are our first line of defense in keeping these permitted properties that are slated for development from moving outside of a quarantine. So we're actively working with your different departments to ensure that nothing is moved outside. Also your disposal, so all of your yard waste and things like that, making sure that those contractors are disposing of it in the correct location, which is going to be Bees Ferry Landfill. We put them under compliance agreements to ensure that they're hauling these things appropriately. And then also, working with your hurricane debris program, ensuring that your contractor knows what to do with those. Everything's good there. So this is where we're at. I hope you can see that. We've got the Hollywood Ravenel quarantine, but we've also established this Mount Pleasant quarantine to stop the further spread of the ALB and to control the population within that. It's a large area, so we need everybody involved in this, looking for the signs of ALB and letting us know, and then also ensuring that we have protocols in place with the town of Mount Pleasant and Charleston County. These are established relationships that we can continue to draw upon to ensure that we're not violating the regulations by moving anything up 41 or out to Allwendale. We just don't want to have this pest spread. So this is kind of an overview of that dense area of heavily infested that marked in red. And then you can see in the green how many trees we've surveyed over there. Like I said, that's over almost 2,000. I think it's over 2,000 as of today. So we're continuing to take reports from the public as well. There's a few spots outside the quarantine that we've looked, and historic places where debris have been taken in the past for like hurricane debris, and no signs out there. So we think it's pretty densely infested right there in Mount Pleasant Town Center, and USDA will be developing plans once their budget is released as to how we'll go about removing these trees. And we also would like to discuss at the proper time a blanket permit removal for removing ALB infested material. So maybe working something into your protocols for that so that our contractor isn't having to get a permit for individual trees. And I think that puts me at my 5 minutes. So any questions, I'm happy to answer, and I'll stick around to the end of this too. So if you have questions.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Mr. Dane?
What would you estimate the total amount of population of trees based on what you saw in Hollywood and coming here? You're still checking, but is it 1,000, couple thousand? What's your thoughts?
It's likely around 1,000, but it hasn't been surveyed completely yet. I would say around each one of those infested trees, we're going to have to climb trees to ensure that there's not something hidden up there. So we're working with USDA to potentially bring down some TDY, some temporary duty staff from other ALB quarantines in the U.S. So Ohio, New York, Massachusetts, bring some of their folks down so that they can climb these trees for us and utilize those resources to make sure we don't miss anything.
In other areas where this has happened, what has been the response of the community? Because it's typically on public as well as private land. What typically has been sort of the best practice as far as a follow-up?
So in our current quarantine in Hollywood, a lot of these trees are on like large wood lots. So some of it isn't high value timber, so they're not concerned with the loss of those trees. But some are just in your guys' front yards. Some of these are residential landscape trees, so it will be difficult. It's a totally different landscape over here than what we've been working with in Hollywood, and it differs completely from, say, other quarantines, where maples are a high value tree up in the northeast for fall foliage and such. So we're primarily seeing this in red maples in Hollywood, Ravenel, Johns Island, but over here we're seeing it in some of your cultivars like Trident maples and Fremont maples. So it remains to be seen like what your impact is on your landscape.
Thank you.
Do you have a question? Okay. So the only treatment is to remove the tree?
Correct. They are a regulated material once deemed infested. No pesticide will reach the interior of the tree. At this time, like preventative treatments aren't where we're at. We need to remove the heavy infestation and continue to monitor and survey. It'll be many years of rounds of survey to ensure that this pest does not continue to affect your community.
So there's no treatment for trees to prevent them from
There is
taking over?
a pesticide called imidacloprid that could potentially be used on uninfested trees, but that's not where the USDA is at with the South Carolina program that has been recently deployed in Ohio for high value or historic trees to protect them, but it will not destroy the beetle life form once it's infested. Once it's infested, we chip it and grind it to specifications to ensure that no life form can survive.
Right. Okay. All right.
One other thing.
Oh, yes.
Just thank you for identifying the problem and bringing it to us before it takes over the whole town. So appreciate the work that you guys do and appreciate, the teams that you've assembled already to start going after this. And I hear you, it's a couple of year long issue we'll be dealing with, but thank you for your work in identifying it.
I'm happy to provide updates at any other meetings you want.
Great.
This was an ask that I don't think we have quite enough information, but I'm always available. So
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our next item is review of Planning Commission recommendations from the November 17th special meeting.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this first text amendment comes to you with a recommendation for approval. It's really a fix. It closes a gap that has occurred from when we, Town Council approved our updated 5-year comprehensive plan with the future land use map. So I'll go through that and explain how this text amendment fixed that. But basically, you have a couple of options when you annex into the town. You can annex into the town and request a specific zoning, which Town Council must then approve or deny. If you don't request a specific zoning, the future land use map assigns you a zoning, and that's what we're going to talk about today, along with the fact that if Town Council were to deny the zoning you are requested, your fallback, your default zoning would also be what the future land use map recommends. So this text amendment fixes the gap of what the future land use map says you should be and what your automatic zoning would be should you not request one or Town Council deny your zoning. So this is the initiation of initial zoning upon request. And if you go down, all of the text to be added will be in red, and then any text to be deleted would have strike through. So you can see this is a very basic fix, but it's a big fix. Rural residential, which it corresponds to rural neighborhoods on our future land use. If you're designated for rural neighborhoods on the future land use, then your lot shall be zoned, and the current text says RR, rural residential. What it should be is RC1 or RC2, rural conservation 1 or rural conservation 2. And then if you go down a little bit further, we've added text to sort of cover the fact that if Town Council denies your zoning request, you will also default back to that RC1 or RC2. And what that looks like is it says as further specified in 156036. So then it refers you to this section of the code where it talks about whether you're going to be designated as RC1 or RC2. And that really comes down to this is all outside of the urban growth boundary, and I'll show you where that's at in a minute and the significance of that. And Both of those are high or lower density. So if you're going to be RC1, which I don't know that we have any designated for that, you're going to have 1 unit per 10 acres. Pretty much everything that we have outside of the urban growth boundary is designated for rural neighborhoods, and it's going to be designated as that RC2, which is 1 unit per 3 acres. Here's the corresponding map with that text. So it just shows you in red the urban growth boundary and the areas that could be designated as RC1, which is at 1 per 10. So what I wanted to show you was, pardon my drawings, but the pink is our urban growth boundary, and this is the current zoning map of this entire area. This is the future land use. So and I don't know, I'm going to stand up so you can, hopefully this works. So these blue areas here, all this blue is all designated as rural neighborhood, which means it would be annexed in as RC2, 1 unit per 3 acres, unless a property owner requested another zoning and town council approved another zoning. So as we were going through this, with the Planning Commission, we realized that outside the urban growth boundary, and you can see I've circled it here, there was an area that was still designated as CC. It would be settlement community, so it would come in as CC. So we were a little perplexed, and it was of concern of the Planning Commission as well. And so we went back and looked at the motion that was made for this. And this isn't going to let me work, so I'll go back down here. So we went back and looked at the motion of when this future land use area was approved, when the map was approved by town council recently. And it actually said all properties outside the urban growth boundary. So that's when we realized this was a mapping error. And so we've since fixed that. Our mapping person has fixed that. So as you can see, it now corresponds appropriately, and all areas outside of that urban growth boundary are designated for rural neighborhoods, which means they will automatically get that zoning of RC2, which is 1 unit per 3 acres. And I threw in the 10-mile maps. I know we've got the current 10-mile zoning map and the 10-mile overlay zoning district map that, as you heard earlier, is headed for third reading and final approval. But this, again, is really a fix of what we needed to do to make our zoning code correspond with that future land use. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that. Anyone? Any questions? Mr. King?
So is it, excuse me, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Is it my understanding then that we would basically amend the 1.5.036 to 1 per 3 rural residential or RT above the urban growth boundary, and anything that we have in these documents would do the same?
We're not proposing to change the rural residential density in this text amendment. That's in the next agenda item. Right. What this would do is say, if you're outside of the urban growth boundary, you're no longer coming in as RR, which is right now 3 per 1. You're going to come in as RC2, which is 1 per 3.
1 per 3.
So it's the appropriate density outside of our urban growth boundary.
Okay, and that would then mirror what we just heard from Mr. Kobrowski as well, correct?
It would, as far as outside the urban growth boundary. Now, I'm going to address that in the next text, in the next agenda item. I want to dig into that just a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want us to take one item at a time, or to go through both of them and then come back to it?
I think I can go through the next one. I do think they need separate votes.
Okay.
So would you like me to move forward and then we can come back? Okay. So again, that's a fix. That fixes any zoning that's denied or not requested, and it makes it the appropriate density outside the urban growth boundary. So this next text amendment came about for a couple reasons. Number one, our density, the town's rural residential district is currently at a density of 3 units per 1 acre. We are proposing to lower that density from 1 unit to 1 acre. Now, the impetus for that, not only does it likely need to be done, we've always had that rural residential density as long as I can remember. we don't have a current zoning designation with a 1-per-1. The county does, and I'm going to fast forward to that real quick. So here's the county zoning. The county already has an agricultural zoning that's 1-per-1, which we don't really have anything comparable, but they have a rural residential that's 1-per-3, and then they go on. Their S3 is very much like our community conservation, so they already have a 1-per-1. We don't have that, and so what we're looking to do, number one, was to lower our density with the anticipation that, one, it needs to be lowered, and number two, with that first reading, this is all a little bit premature because we had this meeting and we advertised this prior to the county adopting this, what Councilman Krabowski was talking about. At their first reading, they had a 1-per-1. It sounds like at second reading, they're going to keep it. So either way, they're gonna. It sounds like they're gonna keep their density at 1-per-3 for their rural residential. Yes, sir. And so our proposal to lower it 1-to-1 is still an improvement because right now we are at 3-per-1. But this is really, and I'd like to say, based on what comes out of that process, that when we advertise this, there was a lot of unknowns, so we tried to advertise it in very general terms. So when we advertised it, we did not specify that we were lowering the density at 1-per-1. We just said we were lowering the density. So with that, the proposal was 1-per-1, and it currently is 1-per-1 that we are proposing to change the rural residential density. But it could be that it could be lowered further because of how we advertise this. So that's something to consider should the county keep theirs. I do believe that with that first fix, that first text amendment, we're pretty comparable. Everything they've designated as 1 unit per 3 acres, we have covered under that rural conservation too. We have very little land that's zoned RR in this area, and I'll show it to you right here. It's just the parcels it's those green parcels outside the urban growth boundary that were recently annexed in, and those are our only rural residential properties throughout the town. I know I'm happy to talk through any of this.
Yeah. So, my question is the practical implications if notwithstanding what the council member said that he assumes third reading will pass on December 13th.
Correct.
For this 1-to-3. If we then move forward with amending this and making it 1-to-3 in hopes that we're going to be consistent with the county, and then they're not consistent with us if they change it.
Right.
What is the practical impact of not being consistent with the county at that point?
In my opinion, the worst case scenario would be if the county, I'm going to come back up here. So say the county approves third reading with keeping their density of rural residential the exact same as it is now. What the only difference that we have seen that will mean is that these are our properties in the town. They could develop, if that rural residential density is changed on our end, they could develop that at 1-per-1. But in the county around it, they would have been able to develop it at 1-per-3.
Okay.
If the county approves third reading with increasing their density at 1-per-1, it will be the exact same of what we are proposing to change it. Okay. So it's like we're meeting in the middle with our densities. I was not aware at second reading that they decided to change that. And again, it's also fluid because we're trying to watch the process. First reading, they said, yeah, we want it 1-per-1. So obviously we'll know more next week what they decide to do. And that's why thinking it through and hearing him discuss it, we were very general in our advertisement. We said we wanted to decrease the density. Decreasing the density could be 1-per-1, it could be 1-per-2, it could be 1-per-3. And again, if we did that, it's only going to apply to properties zoned rural residential. And we only have about 5 of them. So, yeah.
You have a question?
Do you?
Yeah, no, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh,
Unless
I-
you want to defer, go ahead.
If you go back to that that
Which-
image you were on,
Okay.
with yes,
Right there?
showing the
Okay.
green.
Yes, ma'am.
So currently, everything surrounding that is in the county.
Yes.
The
Everything
green.
you see hatched, that's all county property. Yes, ma'am.
And that is going to be, if they stay with what their last vote, that all of that would be 1 per 3.
Let's see here. That's correct. So you can see they have it in that beige, and the beige is rural area, which they have right now at 1 per 3. So yes, that is accurate.
Okay. So if our goal is to align with them, and I think we should be staying in line with what they're doing with the 1 per 3. But I don't know if anybody else has anything else to say.
No, I think this has been a process that's been going on, as we know, for about 3 years. And obviously, as Mr. Councilman Kabrowski mentioned, there was a good outpouring showing what the community wanted. I've attended at least one meeting, and talked to a number of people, and seen that was the will of the community. So I think it's important that 3-year process that's been going on with the historic overlay on top of the zoning takes place. I also think it's important because we had Ms. Boyles headed up the settlement commission, which was a good exercise, and it also, I believe, it stipulated that we should try to have a historic overlay as well. Is that correct?
So yeah, we've been watching their process
Right.
and seeing what comes out of this zoning overlay. So that, that the challenge is that right now there aren't any properties within their overlay that would be in the towns. So the challenge is, if they adopt their zoning overlay as we move forward, as we start to annex properties in the middle of that, and they come out, are we going to have something similar for that? And what does that look like? Are we going to have an entire commission, an entire zoning overlay for 1 or 2 properties? So those are the things that we're going to have to work through as they adopt their overlay and as they start to implement it. And we're working closely with the staff, and Liz has been involved in all those meetings. So we're definitely going to be coming back to you, trying to thread that needle.
No, I think that's really important so that we don't have something fall through the cracks. It would be
Right.
analogous to the discussions we're having with the Old Village and Old Mount Pleasant. If you were to take a part of the Old Village out and not have the historic overlay in Old Mount Pleasant, then that could have an unpleasant result, perhaps for some folks. Maybe it'd be pleasant for others, but be unpleasant. So I think it's analogous there. So I think it's important that we do look at that. For me, I'd like to send a message, to the county, positive message that supports, a motion to have one home per 3 acres in the rural residential area, that's RC2, above the urban growth boundary, and match theirs as they go to their deliberation. I guess this may be a recommendation we'd be making to council, and then their meeting would be immediately afterwards, I believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or is it on the same day?
I think it's the day after.
The day
Or the
after.
day before. I think it's the day before.
So, no, I think that would be my motion.
Okay. And again, if we could take these separately, so that first text amendment that
Yeah.
fixes the outside the urban growth boundary.
I make a motion that we in 1.156 dash period 1112, let's see, that is 2A, that we adopt the RC-1 or RC2 as further specified within the 1.56 period 036.
Second. Okay. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, so basically, you would like to approve the zoning text code 5A,
5A.
as
the
presented.
the 5A, does that
presented.
protect, does that do exactly what we want?
Yes, 5A.
It keeps
That
it one,
first-
1 to 3 in
Mhm.
these areas?
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I do have one more question before we vote.
Sure.
So how will we distinguish if we go with RR 1 to 3 and then the RC2 1 to 3? They'll be identical as far as lot
They would
size
be
and
pretty much
dimensions? I mean,
identical. I think they may have a different lot size, but again, there is never going to be a lot again
Mhm.
after these ones that came in. There
Okay.
will never be another lot that's automatically assigned RR.
Okay.
They will be RC2. They would have to request RR, and then if they requested it, they're going to have the same density.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No further. Okay. We'll take a vote. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. So the next would be if we have a motion for the item 5B.
So item 5B,
Mhm.
I'd make a motion that in the density we to 1 dwelling unit per 3 acres.
Second. Okay. We have a second. Ms. Whitaker? Okay. Okay. Any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. No? Okay. Motion passes. For the recommendation to council.
Okay, thank you. These next two items are requests for approval of extensions of vested rights. We're going to see more of these. There was a state resolution several years ago during COVID that sort of stopped the clock on a lot of these, and you're seeing that come up December this year. And so this is the first one. It's a request for a 1-year approval of Oyster Park. They had an impact assessment and a plan development. It was approved in 2021. It is a 13.5 acre mixed use development consisting of office, shopping center, and apartments. All the apartments are already built. They're continuing to work on the retail and the office portion of it. But again, this would be a 1-year extension of that development agreement and the plan development.
Now, this is one of our standard we have to agree to extend.
That's correct. And I think later on PJL, we're going to discuss Mr. Pagliarini.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
For clarification, and I know this is very hair splitting, it's not that you have to.
Right.
However, state law provides that if you don't, there are significant consequences to that. But as Michelle indicated, we are addressing this issue at PJL later. There was a request at the last council meeting to discuss moving these requests and votes off of the council agenda and either to staff or one of our boards and commission. Now, what is true is our council sees many more of these than others. And the specific reason for that is exactly what you see on your agenda. The town of Mount Pleasant has a impact assessment ordinance where impact assessments are voted by council. And as you're well aware, Madam Chairman, no other municipality has that. And so the way that it is done is typically the body, or in this case, council, that grants the right to begin with is responsible for then voting for extensions, if that makes sense. So if it's something that comes from one of our appointed boards and commissions, such as DRB, they would vote on it. And that's what will be discussed at PJL and then potentially by council. But I do want you to know that is why our council sees a fairly substantive number of these, just because of our unique ordinance setup.
Okay. Thank you.
What would be the pros and cons of that? Is there some check and balance that the town council at some point felt like they need, or was this something that was superseded by state law, or seems commonsensical that it would go to staff at this level? But what are the pros and cons of this?
I think there are two ways. If you're talking about which entity or body is to vote on it, I think exactly what was said. If there is very, very little room for consideration, more that it's more of a ministerial task rather than a task involving policy, which is the primary purpose of council. It would go to one of our boards, commissions, or staff if you wanted that. But that would be the reason for doing so.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Make a motion.
Okay. Speaker. I motion to approve the request for a 1-year extension for Oyster Park.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor of that recommendation?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. No opposed. All right. Number 7.
And
Similar thing, right? For
yes,
Cinnabar?
ma'am.
Impact
One
assessment.
more for the former Cinnabar development. They had an impact assessment in 2022. It's 7 acres, 200 square feet of medical and general office and structured parking. And so, again, they are requesting a 1-year extension.
All right. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of recommending the extension?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. No opposed. So, all right. Next item is discussion of the special public input meeting for.
So we are set to have finally detached accessory structures and applying BAR to Old Mount Pleasant. It was recommended that we have a public meeting. So what we were thinking was, and we wanted to get your input, was doing it on Saturday, the 13th, at the holiday market. It would be at the would already have captive audience, and it would be over at the school. They start at 11, so we figured we'd do it for 2 or 3 hours out there, and try to get the word out on how this could affect folks, particularly in Old Mount Pleasant, as they start to apply BAR when they want to get a building permit or make some changes to their property. So wanted to kind of get your input on if that was acceptable or if the committee had other ideas.
Mr. Tinky.
The more communication, the better. You would expect me to say that. I think it's important because we just adopted these on July the 1st. And as we know, a series of things developed that caused us to look at a number of these areas. So I think it's important to, measure a couple times, 2 or 3 times. And so I think the December 13th is a wonderful idea. I would suggest that prior to that, we do a flyer or a mailer or drop something by the homes, the affected homes. We're not talking that many of them. I think we have text or emails or whatnot for that same area. I find that it's very helpful with Edwards Park. I remember Mr. Mitchell did a good job with that, with the Edwards Park Basin, by having something like this December 13th event, but he had a storyboard outside that basically said, this meeting's going to happen on December 13th. And so I think having a couple of those strategically in the neighborhood, letting people know it's like, we're going to have an open house or we're going to have a yard sale. I think things old-fashioned like that, the July 4th parade, for example, they just put flyers in public places and whatnot, the Pitt Street Pharmacy and folks like that. I think that would be important because this is important to people's livelihood. It's their number one asset. I think that we're moving in the right direction. I'm positive about what's happening. But in the end of the day, we need to know what the customer says and feel very comfortable that they're comfortable with it. And I think if we do a few other things like that, that would be great. And that from a practical standpoint, then we would not take this up at the meeting next week.
Defer final reading. Yes.
Which we would defer, which I think is also the appropriate step.
Yes,
so
sir.
thank you for doing that.
No, that's a great point, and we were going to put it out on social media and get the word out, put some signs throughout Old Mount Pleasant to make sure we get the word out that we'll have a booth set up at the market, and we'll have lots of visuals and things for people to look at and learn about. So, okay.
Yeah, great. Sounds good. All right. Anything else? Okay. With that, we'll adjourn.
Thank you. No, we have a lunch. We have a lunch.
30 minutes.
try not to make too much of a mess here.
You check all these.
This one was the same thing. Be nice. I have access to like the thing so we can see if it's like one is jumping. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it seems to have stopped now. So. I hope it's just that.
Yeah. You want me to bring water for this middle one? Just, or you think it'll be good once you get back? Okay.
How's y'all's Thanksgiving? Turkey or turkey? Is that like fried? We don't do turkey this year. First year, a long time. Turkey's good. So I don't have any kids in the mix. I do have control of the goal. We have. I like ham better. But not in that size. They have to go over the same. Danica got a little ham. I love it. You feed your dogs people food and trying to make it. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Occasion. They do. They think they're going to continue. The dogs are about the trees. Oh, wow. Perfect wasteland dog. Yeah. Can make it through anything. He eats anything. Although he did get sick on carrots the other day, but I think it's because my girl's fed him carrots. Too much of it. Like, okay, no more carrots, girls. But he doesn't care what he gets. Yeah.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to the Flood Resilience Committee of Mount Pleasant Town Council for this first day of December. And I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving holiday. I want to thank all of our first responders and everybody that worked over the holiday and kept us safe. And I hope everybody was. And we're looking forward to a very festive Christmas season around here. And as you can tell by the tree out there. Item number 2 is approval of minutes from our September 2nd meeting. Do we have a motion, please?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Item number 3 is public comments. If you'd like to make a public comment, please come forward, give your name and address, and you have 2.5 minutes. And I think this would be a good time to congratulate the Duke Blue Devils for making the ACC championship game.
Dave Quinn, 1502 Village Square. I want to thank the California Berkeley so yeah, I'm very excited. But did want to say from the Green Commission, we've been working on an Arbor Day event for South Carolina Arbor Day, as y'all may know, is the first Friday of December, which is the most ideal time frame to plant trees, and that we have an event yet to be, the time is yet to be decided, but it is going to be probably within a day, according to the latest information I got. So we'd love to have you guys come out and help plant a tree. We're gonna work on Fifth Street Bridge, not only some trees, but on Air Garden. Along the same lines, I wanted to see that, that make sure you all know that on item number 4, the local wetland ordinance, that there was some dissension on Green Commission about it, particularly in regards to the exceptions, that they had exceptions for home additions, swimming pools, ADUs, and I think that if we have those exceptions, we might as well not move forward with the wetland ordinance, because it's only going to get worse as you go through Mount Pleasant and see the massive home expansions and the pools and the bigger garages and the bigger ADUs that we could be definitely impacting wetlands. So I know that there'll probably be some legal comments on that, but I just wanted to let you know that Jim Westerhold also had issues, but he left before we took a vote, and I just wanted to let you all be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? All right, public comment is closed, which brings us to item number 4, which is the update on the local wetland ordinance. Just for a little background, this is in response to, what was the name of the Supreme Court decision again? Sackett, thank you. I always want to say Saget, but that was a TV guy. Sackett decision that basically left what is kind of referred to as isolated wetlands unprotected because they are not connected in some way to a navigable water, federal waters. So we are looking at what other, excuse me, I picked up a terrible cold over Thanksgiving. We are looking at what other municipalities are doing or have done to protect these wetlands. And I don't need to, I think we have turned the corner on needing to make the case for resiliency as I have seen it in my 10 years of public service now as a way to prevent flooding, to protect people's property from what is done to wetlands. And the question is, as with everything, is the amount of statecraft, as they call it, that we have to put into writing an ordinance that is effective but also enforceable. So, Kevin, if you want to walk us through this.
Sure.
All right.
First, just a little background. The work that's been put into where we are today. We've been to the Green Commission 3 times. Once in September as just kind of an intro. They reviewed they had the Bluffton ordinance, and we didn't really have anything crafted at that time. And the second time in October, where staff made some recommendations, which we were given some direction and provided to move forward in that manner. And then in November, we did receive a 4-to-1 vote in favor from the Green Commission to move forward with recommendations. There was some discussion that we did update some of the draft ordinances to address some of their discussion items. But during the October meeting, we had a technical working group. They wanted us to form a side group to kind of look at this a little bit more in detail, which involved 2 of the Green Commission members, private sector wetlands specialist, and someone in the wetlands permit for the Army Corps of Engineers. During that time, Miss Maeve Gimbert, which is here with us, she's helped me with. She's our environmental manager. She helped me putting this together. We met with Chris and Ben with the Department of Environmental Services to kind of get understanding from their perspective how they go about treating wetland, non-jurisdictional, jurisdictional, those sort of matters, and what other municipalities out there are kind of going down the same route. And then we also reached out to a representative from my environmental law group, which they provided basically the boilerplate for the ordinance Bluffton was using. We made contact with Georgetown, which is interested in developing their own. Bluffton, of course, y'all are familiar with. They've already adopted an interim wetlands, and then also the town of Allendale is moving forward too. We've made contact with those folks and opened up a line of communication with how we're moving forward, and they're very interested in hearing about our updates as well. So, bringing us up to, going back to September, how this originated with the Green Commission. The purpose and objective, this is what was agreed upon, to very simply protect non-jurisdictional wetlands, as you mentioned. Those are isolated wetlands, wetlands that are cut off from a larger wetland water body. Also set procedures for the protection and preservation, and of course not be legally in conflict with property rights and prior agreements, things of that nature. So those are the kind of overarching high-level ordinance, purpose of the ordinance. Moving forward from September and October, Maeve and I was taking a look at how this actually could work, how it could fit in with our current regulations. We felt like it was a good fit to go into Land Development Regulations, Chapter 155, and
kind of plug in or reinvent the green space preservation ordinance. We made some edits, some changes, and we updated it to kind of see how this would kind of look and how it would fit and how it would flow, and it seemed to work very well. We presented this to the Green Commission. They were in favor of this approach. Also, other elements that we did consider during this meeting were capturing smaller subdivision requests. Also looking at lots in the green space preservation, there's a 5-acre threshold, keeping that in place, but also allowing double counting of the wetland areas with the open space. Also, something new is requiring wetlands professional to assist in evaluating property. Also create inventory as plats are recorded, property subdivided, it's depicted on the plat. You start building your own inventory of where these things are located. Allow stormwater detention. We don't want to dry these places out. And then reduce flooding, reduce the road frontage, buffer, and vegetation. This was presented. Green Commission pulled back on that particular item, so we're not reducing that at all. And then lastly was to approach this in a public-private partnership, trying to recognize that people are investing in their property. They want a return on investment and trying to protect these features, working alongside of them, that these areas just haven't been accounted for in consideration of their subdivision. So include that in the element of their design. So those are some of the main kind of key elements there that we were charged with moving forward with in the October meeting. So in November, we had the draft ready. And what it entails, we will not go through line by line, of course, but I do have copies of hard copies if you would like to read through those. But first, opening up with mission, intent, and purpose. B, findings. That's your kind of your whereas statements, making sure there's good justification for the direction we're headed in. And C, applicability. This was 2 parts to this. It applies or would apply to the creation of anyone that wants to create new lots, 1 new lot, and then also protecting and not changing the 5-acre threshold from when of the green space preservation ordinance itself. So we're more or less adding to and incorporating this within the existing ordinance regulations. The subdivision request, this is where we had the wetlands professional inserted, and also number 3, the buffer protection. Green Commission wanted us to beef up the buffer a little bit, whereas we were thinking of these being more related to what Mount Pleasant's going to be exposed to and in the future of the next foreseeable future, and that's less than 5-acre subdivision property. So what we proposed was an average 5 feet, but Green Commission wanted us to beef that up. So we're now proposing an average of 10 feet, minimum 5 feet, and maximum 20 feet, just to keep it from being so intrusive to people on smaller lots that want to divide 1 lot into 2 lot and things of that nature. So we were trying to be not as heavy-handed in taking up developable space with that. Number 4 is basically the same. We're preserving the green space, whereas the 5-acre threshold, you have the different percentages associated with it. A little bit of that is restructured, but it's basically kept exactly the same. Street frontage, as I mentioned, was pulled back, and we are keeping that in the ordinance. The exceptions are really the key element, which we'll talk about on the next slide. But lastly, the procedure, the Planning Commission review and approval subdivisions already. So they would be approving along with the subdivision concurrently with the protection of these areas. So yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The exceptions.
Yes, sir.
Could you speak to that just briefly?
Yeah, we were. The next slide, I wanted to go in detail on the exceptions.
Okay.
So we'll take this line by line. Thank you. You were just a little ahead of me.
You were right there. Perfect.
So exceptions, boundary plats, people that want to transfer property that are not subdividing their property, but they just want to move forward with boundary plats. Exceptions, plats of records that just adjust side property lines. things of that nature would be an exception to this. Also, subdivisions in residential neighborhoods and planned communities with no prior traces of wetlands found, and there's no suspected areas of wetlands. Those would be exceptions. And also, this was a point of discussion with the Green Commission, is the distance from that subdivision request to a nearby wetland. If it's within 500 feet, you would be subject to this property. But if it's outside of 500 feet, as according to where the NWI maps are showing where suspected wetlands are, then you would be exempt from it. D. This was a point of discussion.
Is that
Yes,
pre
sir.
or post second, the delineation there on number C?
This is the current National Wetland Inventory map by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I'm assuming that they have that updated according to what Supreme Court rulings. But if I recall correctly, there's 20 different types of wetlands. So they didn't go into jurisdictional versus non-jurisdiction on those mappings. It's just where those 20 different types of wetlands are located.
Yeah,
So that's the mapping itself. The Corps
Right.
deems jurisdictional, non-jurisdictional.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if there was because the issue comes up, what it was before and what it was afterwards. And so what you're saying here is this is after Sackett when you reduce the amount of wetlands in the map. Is that, did I hear that right?
The map has been consistent pre and post.
Okay, great.
The map shows different variations of wetlands.
Okay.
There's like 20 or so different variations of wetlands. The second case, from my understanding, did not determine or reduce any of the wetland areas because they were not, the map was not presenting jurisdictional versus non-jurisdictional. It was just presenting the different types of wetlands and their approximate location.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, D was a point of a discussion with the Green Commission, the home additions, the private pools, sheds, private drainage improvements, things of that nature. It was total staff recommendation on this particular item. We have 900 plus average building permits. So basically what that would do is if we were to include those types of elements, it would be administratively very taxing on staff because that means we would either have to have somebody that is a trained specialist in wetland identification, or either each particular permit would be subject to hiring a consultant to evaluate their property on those particular matters. Now, everything's on the table for you all to decide on the direction you would go, but as staff making a recommendation, as well as the support of the majority of the Green Commission, they wanted to leave that particular item in because they felt like keeping it to subdivisions was a little bit more of a business decision than someone that wants to add a deck on the back of their house or add a pool to their yard or whatever. But again, all up to y'all's discretion on how you'd like to proceed with that. E is the overriding public interest as deemed by the Director of Engineering Development Services. So those were the exceptions. You can move on if there's any more comments or anything. So yes, sir. Want me to back up?
Yeah.
Okay.
So exceptions include, I'm looking at item D, home additions, private pools. So does that mean if somebody has a site for I'll call it a lot, okay, land, a lot, that if they want to put the house on high ground, they could put their pool in a wetlands area and they could fill in a wetlands area because it's a pool? Is that what that means?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I can also work on the
For a
verbiage.
shed?
Yes, sir.
They could put their shed, so they could.
Yes, sir.
So they could use, because you can't put the house in the wetlands, but you could put your pool or your shed in the wetlands. You could remove the trees. Is that?
If we're talking about isolated wetlands that are not protected by the Corps of Engineers, yes, sir.
Okay.
They can.
They can or can't?
They can.
They can.
Jurisdictional wetlands, they cannot.
Right. But
isolated, they can.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So And what about the tree removal aspect of that?
They would be subjected to our current tree regulations.
Okay. And then access improvements. That means like you could pave a driveway or something
Yes.
through the wetlands. Did Mr. Quick, what was the Green Commission's reaction to those? Yeah, please.
As Kevin had detailed, there's been a lot of work by not myself, but some other members that have more expertise in wetlands than I do. I think they were ready to move on with this, and I know that Jim Westerholt had registered his agreement with me on item D. But I think everybody's willing to just go along at this point, to be honest with you.
Okay. I mean, what I'm asking the committee members, if you've got an exceptions for those things, why do we need a local wetlands ordinance in the first place? I'm just asking, why are we doing this? If you get those kind of exceptions, is the juice worth the squeeze?
If you have a shed many times has a concrete floor, correct? I mean,
yes, sir.
It has a concrete floor. If you have an access improvements, that could be concrete. It could be non-pervious. So any of these could be non-pervious because it doesn't say whether they're pervious or non-pervious. Is that correct?
Well, a shed and a pool is impervious.
Impervious.
Yeah.
Right.
So is access improvement.
So is access improvement. So,
I mean,
to me, it's too overreaching. The other number E, it seems to be, I don't mean this in any negative way, but it just seems to be very subjective. What is the definition of overriding public interest? I'd want to know some criteria for overriding public interest.
Right.
I can come back to you guys with some ideas and suggestions, but I know E was very similar to Bluffton, and D, of course, is one of their exceptions is completely up to the homeowner and the property owner's discretion whether or not he knows and is aware of wetlands on their property. So, exceptions are not exactly stringent on the other ordinances that we've read through and we've evaluated. But again, this is staff's recommendation and went through the Green Commission. It was recommended just because of the administrative that would really go into that. Like I said, there's 900 plus every year that we have to evaluate from a stormwater perspective and a tree evaluation. So this just adds on to what we currently are doing now. That's completely up to you all to whether or not we need to move this instead of a new lot being created, which is more of a business decision, in my opinion, to now evaluating these properties based upon a building permit, which could mean a deck extension or a home site extension, and then the owner would need to hire a wetlands person to go and say there are not wetlands on this property.
Well, my question is you brought up the other question I had, if they'd have to hire someone. And so with the conundrum we have sometimes with trees, for example, is we know there's people you can hire and you can pretty much get whatever you want. And then there's others that are very environmentally sensitive and they'll give you, the straight up on it. And so would we, right now, it's a staffing issue and a budgetary issue, I'm sure, as far as having someone look at these types of things. But I'd feel more comfortable that we'd have someone that would review this with people instead of just letting the homeowner uniquely and solely hire a person without oversight. But perhaps that's not what's happening.
Mr. Chapman?
In reading this, it comes down in degrees. You're trying to focus on a larger area that's the subdivision. So to me, it seems like the issues you're thinking about in the home itself, which is a much smaller piece of land than a subdivision, appears to be a reason to have an exception, because it's already been looked at for the subdivision. Is that not right? Am I missing something?
The newer subdivision, yes, sir.
Okay. So the point being that number one, the previous subdivision has already been looked at based on the Corps of Engineers, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So if the Corps of Engineers has already looked at it for a smaller area, which is part of the subdivision, it appears to me that that may be what the Green Commission has looked at, the fact that you've already seen the big picture. These are smaller issues, and yes, in neighborhoods, especially some recent, the homeowner in his backyard decides he wants a deck or an area to put his cooker on. It's going to sink into the ground. Now, if he puts down some concrete to do that, that's his choice. And I realize we're trying to narrow this down to what the Supreme Court said we could do. But I think we're already doing it, because you're already looking at the subdivisions as they come forward. And the older subdivisions have had the Corps of Engineers look at it and say yes or no. So I think we need to put something together and move forward. If it creates some problems, come back and make the change. I just think we might be overreacting.
Yes, ma'am.
Rather than these items in D being exceptions, is this something that could go before BOZA, the way trees do? Where they would have to demonstrate a hardship, or,
Of course.
rather than, because right now it's automatically an exception. So,
well, you would still have to deem that area as an isolated wetland protected by the ordinance. So they would have to go to BOZA once it's been deemed that way to actually get a variance for that particular ruling ordinance that has been passed. So what we're talking about is whether or not it really should be, well, the single family homeowner should be subjected to having a wetlands evaluation done for a deck, addition, shed, pool. But once it's already evaluated, then they could go to BOZA at that time. So it's kind of like the second decision after the first decision's already been made. The first decision is really the one that is going to be very administrative challenging for staff.
Let me play off Howard's comment. So you mentioned 900 permits a year.
Yes, sir.
Not all areas are the same, obviously. There's some areas in a subdivision that you can go up an extra 5 feet because it's in a flood zone, and others where you can't. There's some areas of the town that if you were asked to delineate where the wetlands are, that almost the whole subdivision wouldn't be there. So we already have statistical and NOAA and all types of information that shows where those are. And so instead of just having a blanket that there's 900 a year, well, maybe 700 of them or 600 of them are not in any pre or post Sackett situation. Is that a fair situation to say?
Yes, sir.
So if that's the case, it's really not the 900 we're looking at. We're looking at the 900 less what we already know, to Howard's standpoint, where there's no existing situation. It's high ground. It's been high ground. It looks like it's going to be high ground. And so then if we have a map like that, now we're talking about a much smaller number that we have to look at. So I would be interested in looking at where are these areas in town where we can almost categorically say it's high ground, and delineate and leave those out of the equation. They'd go ahead and go through and wouldn't have to have the extra level of scrutiny. And the others, we also know where those others are, and so we'd want to look at those, and they would require an extra layer of scrutiny, in my opinion.
So let me ask, what does a document look like after this November 18th Green Commission meeting? Do we have a marked up draft ordinance?
Well, I've got my marked up draft ordinance that was used for the Green Commission. Legal has not weighed in on it. I'll be happy to share the hard copy with you for you to take a look at and comment on it. I can always come back next month, and if you give me some direction on how to manage these exceptions, I'll be happy to work on that as well.
So I guess, and thank you for that answer. And what I'm trying to figure out is like where we've got A through E here. Has legal work been done yet? Might not have been asked yet as to what that language looks like, because I'm trying to figure out, are we down to proofreading an ordinance with exceptions A through E already put in there, and it's a matter of us wordsmithing what those exceptions look like, or are we back at this level saying, wait, do we want exemptions for home additions, private pools, sheds, whatever?
Sure. Let me answer that in a few ways. Firstly, we've been following, and if you remember, it was probably 6 or 8 months ago when we came, that I came before this committee with an initial sort of thought process based on the model ordinance such as it is. And all of this is based on that. So, where this is, I have not seen, as Kevin said, I don't have his exact strike throughs and changes. I was at the Green Commission meeting. What I will say is there was a fair amount of discussion on this, and some of the experts on this issue felt differently about the exceptions and the exemptions. I think from an overall standpoint, I don't know that there's any disagreement, but what you're looking at, if I'm not, appears to be sort of the final, how much is it, Mayor? I think you said it correctly. Is this, or asked the right question, is this worth the squeeze? What other jurisdictions are thinking and doing? It could be affected by the ability to police and enforce this. And is it too onerous? Some of the comments at the Green Commission level were by some of the experts, if we make it too technical and too difficult and bring it down to that base level, we're going to see less participation and potentially more problems and more resistance. Those were just some of the comments that I heard. So I think there's, and I'm not trying to be a non-answer, but really what does council want to see? Do we want this at that micro level, or do we want to leave it sort of, I think Mr. Chapman, what you were getting at is we're already doing a good bit of this at the larger scale, and it can go either way. But what I would suggest is if something like D is taken out, we need to be able to plan to enforce that, and that's going to be a significant undertaking.
Yes.
I feel that the home additions and private pools probably should not be exceptions. I mean, those are things that staff reviews anyway to a higher level than they would, a shed or, I just feel home additions and pools should not be exceptions.
Ms. Height, we don't review them for
Pools?
wetland impacts.
No, but I mean, it's part of,
Stormwater
they have to get
and
permitting
trees.
and things, I mean.
Setback, stormwater, trees, yes ma'am.
Yeah. I just mean it's part of the permitting process where you're really hands-on at staff when it comes to a home addition or a pool. Whereas shed is not necessarily something that we would want to get overly involved in. Those are just two things.
What tools are readily available for you to have a view of a particular lot or a subdivision, or at areas that are readily available through the government or private sources?
If you take a lot in the old village, we have a tree survey. We have survey of where structures are located, where the stormwater, the topography. We do not have any type of evaluation or information coming to us about wetlands and environmental aspects to a site.
So using that same information you just mentioned, let's take an example using Old Village. You would go to a couple of areas that you know well, like Middle Street, where there's a drainage problem there and there's a basin. So it's a well-known area. Then you could go to high ground on, say, Bennett Street, where there's no issues. I mean, so it's pretty obvious from y'all's work where those low areas are, aren't they, or not?
Well, a wetland is not just an area that floods.
Yeah.
There's some characteristics that are involved with that: soil types, vegetation, little animals and creatures and things. So it's an actual functioning ecosystem.
Right.
It's just not connected to the larger wetland to be deemed. So sometimes they're dry during the off season. Sometimes you could go out, and I remember, walking some sites for clearing and grading permits, and there were wetlands there, and you would not be able to determine that dry area was actual a wetland. I would have never known it in a million years whether or not, but if you went out there after a rain event, it was probably full of water. So it's very hard unless you're doing some digging, some soil exploration, vegetation to look for. It's not somebody that, without training that we have on staff, that could go out there and say, you can't build here, you can build there, because that's where we would need some support.
And I guess the point I'm making is that the cart before the horse. It'd be nice to know where these areas are, and then fine tune it before we adopt something that gives exceptions without knowing what exactly is in front of us. Before we put a lot of burden on staff, if we take things out, we need to know what we're dealing with. And is that something I guess that's the question I have. Is that readily, or can that be readily available at a reasonable cost?
Well, Mr. Tinky, Bluffton is moving forward with an inventory they're taking on their own, whether they've got some consultants that are undertaking that. That information has not been provided yet.
Okay.
But they are undertaking just what you're saying, a complete town-wide inventory of where these wetlands are actually located. This approach is a little different. This approach is, if you want to subdivide property, you get the evaluation done as subdivisions come in. This is not go out and do a whole town-wide boots on the ground, digging in people's yards, low areas, that sort of stuff. That's not what we're proposing here. So,
okay. Thank you.
But that is being undertaken by Bluffton, so it is possible.
Oh. So that's the way they're doing it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Just a couple of thoughts. I guess the point of this is to move towards an ordinance, something that's workable, got all the good things in it that an ordinance ought to have. Right now, we're just kind of talking about ideas.
That's it. Yes, sir.
And so if you have something that we can see before next month's meeting, I would like to see that. That would help put some flesh on the bones of that.
Okay.
And I just want to mention sort of the filter that I'm going to be using on this is the head of the State Floodwaters Commission sat in that chair right there a year or so ago and told us two things. And I'm talking about Tom Mulliken. We have gone from modeling to measuring when it comes to resilience now. Okay, all the modeling and all that was done for years. Now we're measuring it. Now we're seeing it. And I'll never forget what he said. We have two choices. We can have more development that's worth less, or less development that's worth more. And that's why this section D just sort of stands out at me. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that we better really know what we're doing when we look at what the exceptions are. Because one way or another, we're going to find out where those wetlands are. And we're either going to find out, before the permitting process and before all of this, or we're going to find out later where did all this water come from? Okay, and I know that we're sensitive to property rights, but I think one thing, the lesson for the state of South Carolina in this whole floodwaters report and the state resiliency report is that every private pool, every shed, every impervious surface you put is affecting other people's property more than it ever has. So one way or another, everybody's property is being affected these days. And so our question for Mount Pleasant is how forward thinking we want to be. And I want us to keep coming back at this until we're real sure and real precise at what these things ought to be. The third thing, the first was what Tom Mulliken said. The second was it's going to affect everybody one way or another. The third is I spent 45 minutes this morning on a Zoom meeting that I was invited to about the next transportation sales tax. And resiliency, as you know, Mr. Chapman, is a huge part of what, as they are in the formative stage of this, it shouldn't just be transportation, it should be resiliency. Because I'll say this again, and I don't mean this against those of y'all that design roads and are credentialed in that, but roads don't do you any good if they're flooded, right? If you can't get through, all the new roads in the world don't do you any good. So I want us to be doing our part locally on resilience to help solve the problem before it begins, to protect these wetlands, and to we're fortunate that we don't have to write the first ordinance in the state on this. But I want us to be real sure of what we're doing when we pass ours. So can we get that? Sure. Do we have a copy of Bluffton's ordinance? I believe we were given that at one time. Mm-hmm. I want to go back through that.
Yes, sir. I'll resend it.
Okay. I want to go back through that. I do remember you sending that. And I want to talk to, I don't know who y'all talk to at Allendale or what they are actually doing or thinking about.
Town administrator spoke with her.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Brief conversation. I do have a copy of their ordinance, draft ordinance, though.
I'd love to see that as well.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll talk to some people up there as well. But the other thing is, I don't want us to pass an ordinance that has so many exceptions to it that we're just creating a paper tiger and an administrative nightmare for staff that in the end you can end up doing whatever you want with wetlands. Does that make sense? Yes, sir.
I'd like to also add, before you send us anything, would you let legal take a look at it to make their suggested changes, if any? I mean, it may not be. Let legal take a look at it before we see it. Please.
Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Tinker.
Since half our town is HOAs or POAs, and some are have more foresight than others, you probably know uniquely which ones those are that are really attuned to their ecosystem, to their marshlands, etc. Mm-hmm. So I think those are good ones to look at and give examples of what they're doing. They may be doing more than we're even talking about in their HOAs or in their covenants, and so that I would want to see that. And then HOAs and POAs are part of urban land, and urban land has done some good work on these types of things, and so it'd be good to see what urban land is, how urban land is addressing these residential units. The imagery, I think, to the extent that there's imagery available on pre and post Sackett from the town, that'd be helpful, because then we could identify where the high ground is and where the low ground typically is, and so then you can at least have a better idea of what the inventory is without having to do a house by house. You had exceptions for clearing. What does that mean?
On individual lots, I believe that's, where's that on D? Grading efforts, tree removal, access improvements. Those are just what a single family homeowner would like to do on their property. And just identifying these activities.
And is that, explain what that means? So I could ask you for an exception for clearing?
Or if you would like to install a DAG pool shed,
yeah, okay,
you would be exempt from the wetlands evaluation.
Okay. And let's see. The other one I would be interested in is E seems to be a catch-all. So I really want to know what some examples of what these would be. There may be great reasons because there's an alteration of these areas serving an overriding public interest. But it'd be good to know what they are.
Yes, sir. They would more likely be public projects, road projects.
Okay.
Parks.
Okay.
Parks, yes, sir.
Recreation
type things. We could.
Okay.
include some of that language in there
Okay.
too for that. But
Parking lots, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so it's good progress. Thank you all, and thank the Green Commission, and thank you, Kevin, for a very thorough evaluation. If you got more,
Yeah, just
we're a little late, but
well,
Go ahead.
I'll just let you know, just because you might be aware of it already. We've already advertised for the public hearing at Planning Commission. That is an unofficial, just because this is land development regulations. It'll come before y'all for an official public hearing, but it was planned on being presented to the Planning Commission for information, feedback, and also conducting a public hearing unofficially on December 10th, just to get more feedback, create more awareness, and then hopefully come back before y'all in January, if not earlier, to the Flood Resiliency Committee, and we can start talking about those items that we talked about. But if we can move forward with the Planning Commission on December 10th, and then just get more feedback, and if we have to go back before the Planning Commission, we can do that too, if there's substantial changes from what they've said.
so we can be fluid on that about like first reading. I'm not sure it'll be ready for first reading on January 13th. But
Maybe not.
Okay.
We'll come back to y'all with updates and suggestions and look for some direction.
All right.
Sound good?
Thank you very much.
That's all I got,
Appreciate your
Gordon.
work.
Sure.
Anything else, committee members? All right. There being nothing more before this committee, we stand adjourned. All right, is staff ready for us to begin our PJL? Everybody's in place. All right, let me call to order the Police, Judicial, and Legal Committee meeting for this Monday, December 1st. Let me welcome our new member, Councilmember Crosby. Good to have you with us. And no, Mike, you were here before. That's right. But I want to congratulate y'all both on your reelection. Item number 2 is approval of the minutes from the August 4th meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Item 3 is public comments. If you have a public comment, please come forward, name and address, 2.5 minutes, please. Anyone for public comment? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is John Kratz at 333 Bennett Street. I've brought this up before to the Transportation Committee. We're working on trying to improve the safety at the corner of Pitt and Morrison because people park so close to the curb you can't see when you're pulling out. And I guess since I'm at the police and committee, I'm just pointing out that there is an ordinance on the books that says very clearly you shouldn't park within 25 feet of the corner. That's a safety issue. That is not an appearance or whatever. It's safety. You can't see. Sooner or later somebody's going to run into somebody because you're pulling out into a tunnel. And all I'm asking is that we enforce the law that is on the books. And I don't know how to get that done. The police will come, and if you call them occasionally, but we need to move on with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
What was the intersection?
Morrison. All right. There being no public comment, we will move on. Item 4 is police matters. I believe there are none. Judicial matters, none. 6, legal matters. Discussion and consideration of vested right approval authority. We have been talking about this for years. We might be to the point of wanting to do something about it.
Yes,
Give
sir.
us an overview, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the committee. This is on your agenda as a request from a council member at last month's council meeting. You all have seen many of these over the years, and if you were here for our planning meeting this morning, there are 2 impact assessment extensions that were on that agenda that would likely be going to council as well. So you will continue to see many of them. A brief history, not to bore everyone with the history of vested rights, but there is an extension process, and that is governed by state law. Our ordinance mirrors that. You can see, James has up on the screen the process. You may apply by the end of the vesting period for an annual extension. There are several other edicts that come from our state about vested rights, many of them that started during the great crisis in 2008, 9, 10, 11, and continuing through COVID. The bottom line is this: when there is an extension request and there are extensions available, they must be granted if and unless an amendment to the land development ordinances or regulations has been adopted that prohibits approval, something significant. When these are brought to you, staff has already vetted those issues for significant changes and would apprise you of such. As I mentioned at the planning committee meeting, the reason that our council sees so many of them, and you do, compared to other jurisdictions, is because we have a unique ordinance, and that is our impact assessment ordinance, which in our town ordinances, council votes on impact assessments. So the logic is that if a vested right is granted by a particular commission, whether it's DRB or some other authority, that commission or board has the authority to hear the extension. If it is a right granted by council, such as an impact assessment or a plan development of some sort, then those bodies do not have the authority to supersede any council decision. Therefore, it goes to council. And that is why you see extensions for impact assessments and plan developments. What I understood the request to be is that, is there some other way so that these are not, if council wishes to provide this authority to another body, then it could be done. So there are all sorts of conditions, limitations, and the like, but there are several options, of which I believe there are 3 major. One is that we can stay as is, and each body that grants the right essentially stays with it. In the case council will continue to hear impact assessments and plan developments. That's option 1, stay as is. Number 2 is all boards and commissions retain their authority for those that they hear, and council grant authority to a board or commission. I would recommend planning commission, and planning commission have that authority with the option that if it becomes something difficult, they can always refer it back to council on a case-by-case basis. That would seem to be the most efficient way. or the authority could be granted to staff for a number of reasons, which I'd be happy to answer. That would be my not the most likely scenario that I'd like to see. It probably should be noticed to the public and have public input on those things. But those, I believe, would be the three options, Mayor. I'm happy to dream up any additional or answer any questions that you may have.
So just to kind of recapitulate, if you go back, it's vested rights are initially for 2 years, and then we are supposed to approve must approve applications for at least 5 annual extensions.
Correct.
So it's 2 plus 5.
Yes, sir.
Is 7.
Right.
Okay. Of the vested rights, unless an amendment to the land development ordinances or regulations has been adopted that prohibits approval. All right.
Right.
So let's say that one had vested rights for 2 years, and then this is just an example.
Sure.
I don't think it's happened. Then we lowered building heights by 20
Right.
feet. All right. So would that qualify as a reason not to grant the extension?
It would. And remember, sir, everything we look at is not based on an individual property. It's based on,
Exactly.
You'll always hear me and James will always say, when you're doing something like that, it can't be targeted towards one.
Right.
So that's one of the many reasons why we look at it more from from an area standpoint rather than singular property.
Right.
So that would be appropriate in that case.
So development ordinances or regulations, it could be a change in densities.
Yes, sir.
It could be, and then again, if you look up in 2A, because we've been through this on a few of these before, it has to be an approved site-specific development plan for them to have those vested rights.
Yes, sir. That is the fundamental basics of vested rights is site-specific development plan.
Okay.
And those are anything from plats to, specifically in council's case, you deal with plan developments and impact assessments.
Right.
And those fit the definition.
But what we're talking about today is really only the extension of vested rights.
Yes, sir.
Not the impact assessment.
Well, we believe that vested right is granted with an impact assessment because it relates to a site-specific development plan. And that's why that is eligible for extension. And in fact, there are 2 of them on the planning committee agenda, which under current ordinance would come to council for approval.
Okay. So, what's the committee's first impression of a better way to do this? Because I remember, this goes back to when I was first on council. We were basically told you have to vote, but the way it was put, you have to vote, but you have to vote yes.
Right.
You can vote no, right?
can.
It's like an attorney I knew in a different life used to say, you can vote no, but they can make you wish you had voted yes. Right.
That's exactly right, okay. Mayor. And, the way the state has boxed us in on with these extensions, I mean, I guess lobbyists were created for a reason. And, this is the end result of that.
Okay.
But, that is where we are with it.
Mr. Chow?
Mayor, having served on the Planning Commission and now on the Planning Committee previously, I would like to suggest that we delegate this to the Planning Commission. They will have already done a significant amount of work before it even comes to us. And we, most occasions, go forward with the project the way it came to us from the Planning Commission. So it would seem that it would be more advantageous for them to have that responsibility rather than full council, because again, when it comes to full council, it's already been scrutinized extensively by the Planning Commission. So I think that's where it ought to be.
How the ones where we're the only ones that vote on this statewide, or
No,
we're the
sir.
only ones that vote on impact?
There are others, but our impact assessment ordinance is unique. In Mayor, we've dealt with this over the years, where impact assessments in most, if not all, South Carolina municipalities are done at a different level. Some by staff, some by varying other forms of commissions. Ours has been and remains at the council level.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is my position. I don't believe there's any room for margin for error here. I think it's correct. Is that if council is the body that approves that impact assessment, unless council, say by an ordinance that perhaps we're about to create, delegates that right to another group, then I don't believe, as our ordinances are currently written, that some other group could usurp council's authority. So that's why I believe we would need a change in ordinance to grant that authority to, I don't mean to use the term lesser, but in the hierarchy of decision-making, councils at the top, it would need to be delegated down the ladder.
Okay. So your suggestion is planning commission? Yeah.
It is, because again, they've done the legwork before it even comes to us.
Mm-hmm.
And so they would have the expertise back to look at it again
Mm-hmm.
and say, did we make any mistakes?
Mm-hmm.
And if they did, then they don't sign off on it.
Mm-hmm.
If they didn't, oh yeah, we spent a lot of time on this. It was, a lot of work we did back and forth with the developer, and we think we got it right.
All
Would
right.
that go?
Yes.
Would that go to the planning commission solely, or in your proposal, or would it go to the planning commission and then back to town council?
I'm saying town council doesn't see it. Planning commission, again, will have already sent it to us the first time to get it approved. Beyond that, they're going to know more about it than we are. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah. I tend to agree with that. I think having it come to council is fruitless, really. The planning commission's sole job is to look at planning items. Ours is to look at budgets and everything else. Let it go there, and let them make the decision. Unless you think you did say that.
No,
I
sir,
think in your
I said that, and I think the only consideration I would give for an exception to that is, as if we go back to the highlighted screen, this last sentence about, and Mayor, you asked about this, unless an amendment to the LD land development ordinances or regulations has been adopted. I could foresee circumstances where that is a question, and I would recommend that leaving it open, in this case to the planning commission, that if there is a question on that floats more towards the policy type, that at least they have the option to send it to council in a situation like that. I don't think that's necessary, but I'm just trying to think ahead as to perhaps situations where it might be better to send it to council. Those would be very few and far in between, but perhaps that's one consideration that this committee and perhaps council
Right.
make.
Okay.
I remember one in particular, Mayor, which was part of the Lowe's North and the Walmart North, where there was an issue regarding a hotel. And we looked at that, I think it was last month. It was a vested right. We spent, at the time, I think I was on the planning commission, which is a while ago. We spent a long time on that. And then when I did get on council, we looked at it again. And the property owners across the street were the ones who complained about it. We made some revisions on the planning commission side to help make it more palatable. And I just remember that because we talked about that issue a little bit at the planning committee meeting, and it had come before planning committee previously with the revisions. So I'm just thinking about that one in particular, where we had to again vote on the vested rights, but we'd already made, through the planning commission and then eventually through the planning committee, with the suggestions of the planning commission, that resolved the issue. So that again tells me, I think, why the planning commission should be the ones to take a look at it again.
All right. Any other thoughts? You've served on the planning commission as well.
No, I think that's an applicable place to go. I do think it's good to have some opportunity for exception, as you're mentioning too. I think it's good to leave that safety valve there because something could come up that we're not aware of, you know. So I think having that, and I appreciate your experience in looking at things like that, I think is very helpful. We shouldn't just punt because we think it's perfunctory. We don't have to worry about it. There could be issues where we really need to look at it. So maybe with that in mind, I would tend to go with your suggestion and this your suggestion, Howard.
Would you like to put that in the form of a motion?
I will move that we take the vested right responsibility from town council, give it to the planning commission, and don't put this in, but which also has the staff looking at it again, and that if there is a exception, we have the right to bring it back to council.
And I think the word extension would go in there because the vote is for an extension, right?
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
The first 2 years are created upon approval.
That is correct.
Okay. So this would be the extension when it comes for extension. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We're in discussion. Can we use general wording for planning commission for when they might want to send it back to council?
Yes, sir. I mean, the way we're going to write it is going to be discretionary, and I think it could go both ways. Should council wish to, of course, council could put any matter on, but we want to have the legal authority for council to move it up, or for planning commission to move it up as they see fit.
So basically, council could say, "We see this one. We want to vote on it." Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that fit everybody? All right. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion to approve, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. Thank you. 6B, discussion and possible action on an ordinance authorizing and approving a grant of perpetual easement to the Mount Pleasant Waterworks relative to the Public Services Operations Center Administrative Building. All right.
Approval.
Huh?
I'll move for approval.
All right. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second just to get us in discussion, please?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All right. Give us an overview of this, please.
Good afternoon, committee members. Typically, we do not bring these items to committee. We bring it straight to council, but for the benefit of our new council members, we thought we would present this item today. This is a grant of an easement to Mount Pleasant Waterworks for our Public Services Administrative Building. As y'all are aware, any grant of real property by the town must be approved by ordinance by town council. So it'll be presented to you to full town council first reading next week, but wanted to go ahead and present this to y'all and see if there was any questions or concerns.
Obviously, this is the easement that they want, right?
Correct. Yeah,
this isn't our version of the easement. This is what they asked for to do.
Right, and this is what the engineers determined were necessary in order to get water and sewer to the building.
Got it. And assuming we want water and sewer in the building, is that a correct
I would think we would. Andy is here to answer that if necessary.
Okay. Just getting clear on all the details here. All right. Any discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion to approve, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Review and discussion of state law regarding permissible expenditures of proceeds from a sales and use tax enacted pursuant to the South Carolina Code. Everybody knows that, as we heard at our last council meeting, and I alluded to the Zoom that I don't know why, but I was invited to be on today. The mayors of Charleston and North Charleston were on there. We're in the idea stage of the next iteration of the what is called a transportation sales tax, which brings up the topic of how much of it is transportation, what does that fall under, how much resiliency infrastructure can be funded under that, like undergrounding of power lines, drainage. Green space speaks for itself, which is a piece of the pie chart that we've all seen. But I just ask that our attorneys let us know, as it is written now, what things can they be spent for? Because in the discussion of where the county is going, it has come up that they may need to get clarification at the state level, because a big item for the city of Charleston is the seawall. Near the battery, that type of thing, and drainage. So if y'all take it from there.
Yes, sir. And I put the ordinance up there. So this is the transportation sales tax, also known as the penny tax or the half-cent sales tax, which allows the county to impose by ordinance a sales and use tax of up to 1%. That ordinance must be approved with the company resolution that identifies projects. And you'll see there on item A1, those projects could include highways, roads, street, bridges, mass transit systems, green belts, and other transportation-related projects facilities. And drainage is also listed related to highways, roads, streets, bridges, and other transportation-related projects. As y'all are aware, this is a tax that is collected and administered by the Department of Revenue. They then remit the funds back to the county in order to spend the money in accordance with the projects identified in the resolution. I placed in front of you a guideline that was published by the Department of Revenue back in 2017. In that guideline, they kind of lay out what is an appropriate expenditure, what wouldn't be. In general, you have what's called direct expenditures and you have indirect expenditures. Both of those must be related to the specific projects that are listed on the referendum. But could include construction costs, could staffing, stuff like that. They also have listed what's not appropriate, which would be general county maintenance, general just putting the money into the county fund and spending it. It has to be related to the projects that are approved in the referendum.
Is there another slide, or
it's just more of the ordinance? It's quite lengthy. I can get through it, but it like I said, the overview is that it has to be related to the projects. There's a referendum that's passed, and they must identify what projects they're using the funds for.
Okay. Mr. Paglarini, in the past, when the town has had items included on a referendum like this, has there ever been any consultation with y'all as our corporate counsel about spending that we might need? I'm talking about and maybe you were covering this, James, but design, consultant fees, all that type thing that would lead to the actual spending of that as a capital item. But how closely does the county work with the municipalities on things like that?
With the municipalities on a 1 cent sale tax?
Like what would you be expecting? I mean, they're wanting, this spring to be out there saying, hey, this is what this thing is looking like.
Well, I would, firstly, the first thing that I think about always is freedom of information. So it's publicly available, and that in terms of consultation, I think it's an obligation. I also think about state law and development of highways. We've been through this question before about using our rights of way, performing work in the municipality. I have said that there is a statutory obligation to do that. So with those two items alone, notwithstanding good practices and the like, I would think that the expectation would be that they would want to provide us with all expenditures and all plans in regard to these projects.
Okay.
And I think essentially that's what the state code is saying. and the accompanying information that was provided to you. These 1 cent sales tax are a little bit different than, let's go back to our referendum that we had for parks and green space.
You're talking about our
like.
municipal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That was, again, that was not performed. That was a bond that was not performed under the 1 cent sales tax. It was a little bit different. But for your specific question, given what I just said, I would expect all of that information to be provided to the municipality.
Okay. If you go back one slide, go back to the first, or maybe here we go. In section 1A1, right there, transportation related projects, facilities including but not limited to drainage facilities related to the highways, roads, streets, bridges, and all that. So you could say that drainage is pipes in the ground, right? But could you say, if we were the city of Charleston, could you say, well, a seawall prevents needing drainage? You see where I'm going with this?
Yes, sir.
So everybody has questions like we do about power lines and things like that. Drainage is a piece of resilience, right? Of your resilience infrastructure. So there's been a switch in that from, okay, let the water come and we'll have enough pipes and we'll just pump the water to other places, to, let's slow, contain, and then disperse the water, which is sort of the three prongs of resilience from that standpoint. So there are a lot of questions, just drainage facilities, just related to highways. There's nothing about some things proposed in this one that has to do with highways that are drainage per se, because they are preventing the flow of water rather than getting the water and then putting it, in other places. So there's a lot of questions about this. And in one meeting I heard that the Department of Revenue has authority to, is that right? I see y'all shaking your heads. That was kind of interesting.
Yeah, so they have, there's a court case involving Richland County, but they have authority to administer the tax. And then if there's any expenditures by the county that are improper, they would be the one to issue any sort of penalties.
So it's the Department of Revenue.
Yes, sir, correct.
Yeah. So there's some people sitting up there in an office in Columbia that kind of have sway over $4.25 billion sales tax expenditures in Charleston County.
Subject to intervention by
legislature
or municipalities or other individuals situated to provide to insert legal proceedings for spending of funds. Mayor, I think that would need to show a direct engineering nexus in that hypothetical about seawalls and the like, and can a particular engineering function or can it have multiple functions? Could it assist with drainage of roadways or not? That's a technical question.
Okay.
It would need to be answered by
and I want to be clear on the record. I'm not bashing Charleston for wanting that. I am supporting Charleston in wanting that, and hope they are supporting us in the aspects of resilience that we need, which is very different than what Charleston needs, which is the whole point of this, is that it's not one size fits all anymore.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So we may be working with some folks in the Department of Revenue to get some answers to this, because we want the county to put forth a viable transportation sales tax that benefits the town of Mount Pleasant. That's our goal.
It is, and the reason the Department of Revenue is involved is they collect the funds received by DOT.
Right.
They collect those directly on behalf of the state of South Carolina. That's where they come in to being responsible, not necessarily just DOT.
Okay.
Is the Department of Revenue governed by the governor's appointments, or is it an independent entity? Who determines who's on the board of
it's a good.
the Department of Revenue? Because we have an election coming up.
Yeah, those are appointed positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're appointed positions.
Yeah.
So that would be important to know.
Yeah.
And the timing of who they are and et cetera, because that's critical.
Yeah, the Secretary of Revenue is in fact appointed by the governor.
All right. So thank you for that. This gives us, it lets us know where we stand, because we would like for Mount Pleasant to be able, if this passes countywide, to use it for things in a different way than North Charleston or Charleston, because our resiliency needs and our transportation needs are different. So that's just what we were kind of looking for, how boxed in is something like this. All right. Any other questions on that? All right. Thank you very much.
Mayor, for the last two items, as always, these will be carried over to council. If you would like to hear the updates today, it'll be the same as what'll be next week, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to do whatever you wish.
So we're talking about the executive session, the legal items.
Yes, sir.
It's not that late. Would y'all like to go into executive session for these? Okay. Someone make the motion, please.
Move for us to go into executive session for legal advice regarding Shem Creek Development versus Town of Mount Pleasant and Deerline et al. Versus Town of Mount Pleasant.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, this committee may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. All in favor of the motion to go into executive session for the reasons stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Are we going into the courtroom behind us? All right, courtroom B. I'm going to leave my stuff on the table.
Me too. But not my phone.
It seems like chats, because this
All right, we have reconvened from executive session about the two lawsuits that are underway. No action was taken, no votes were cast. If there are no motions to proceed from the deliberations in executive session, item number 9 is we stand adjourned. Time for our 1:15 Transportation Committee meeting.
Yeah, I see. This is the revision. Okay, thank you.
You getting used to the new committees? Because after 2 years, you're just used to them. I got to rethink who's on which committees too.
That's why I get the committees.
Hey,
Got the list.
welcome to transportation. Did y'all go to the Carolina concert this week? Did she get a student ticket?
She didn't actually. She was there all week.
Good for her.
Tailgate.
Good for her. I love it. You know, the entire 4 years my daughter was at Clemson, they never won. She was right in the middle of that 5 years though that they won.
I didn't rub it into that this morning.
I used to love that when she was up there. I made a point to go to the home games. I didn't even have to go in, just the tailgate of Clemson and nothing. It's the best. It's very different.
She's good. She's only got to go back. She went back and she has one exam tomorrow when she comes back down.
For Christmas? Oh my gosh. Oh. That's great. We're waiting on Mike, I guess, to come back. All right. Let me call to order the Transportation Committee meeting of Mount Pleasant Town Council for this Monday, December 1st. I want to welcome our new committee member. Thank you for being here. And item number 2 is approval of minutes from the November 3rd meeting.
Mayor, I'll move for approval with the revision of Scribner's error that was made in the original minutes. So I'll move for approval.
Okay. Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, minutes are approved. Item 3 is public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, please come forward, give name and address. 2.5 minutes. Anyone for public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. We'll move on to discussion of potential 2026 Charleston County sales tax referendum projects.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and committee members, pleasure to be here this afternoon to talk through this agenda item with you. I will start by going over our mobility action plan and sort of where we've come from to identify these projects in the 2024 list that was presented. So back in June of 2023, the town staff within the transportation group underwent a pretty rigorous effort to look at sort of the health of the transportation network system, not only internally but also to compare it with other areas in the state. So here we have a couple of the graphics from that that show the average speeds along the roadway given the number of traffic signals, how our US 17 network sees a traffic volume that's 72% higher than the most interstates in the state. Again, just to provide that context. But really what came from this effort was a list of long range, short range, and medium tiered projects that the town could pursue either through that TST referendum or through our other capital improvement and capital maintenance programs. So this was one of the list of those higher tiered intersections. And you'll see on the left here that the majority of those were already funded through other mechanisms, whether it was a town-led effort, county, or a state. And so that was very important in gleaning which projects we brought forth to you to send ultimately to the county for consideration. Excuse me. So some of those other short-term and medium-term projects are listed here. I think one of the key ones that you will see from the previous slide that was not selected or not checked, the Coleman Boulevard at Chuck Dolly Boulevard intersection. That one has since been funded through the 2023 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant that was received, and that was executed this morning at Bids and Purchasing. So again, some of those smaller term improvements, this is that low-hanging fruit, Mr. Mayor, I think you mentioned multiple times, where we could get the biggest bang for our buck. These are lane utilization projects such as the Mathis Ferry and Wingo Way changes, pedestrian safety upgrades, detection and our signal technology upgrades as well, and some other safety components like the left turn time of day protection that was pursued and studied at 17 in Lexington. Also worth mentioning the CSO incident response vehicles. These are the two that ultimately were funded from this investigation, and police, I think, have plenty of statistics showing their effectiveness in responding to and clearing incidents much more effectively than without those assets. To talk a little bit about the projects that were submitted initially, this is a list, and we'll go into more detail in slides to come, but also wanted to provide you with the context from what we heard back through the county's efforts on these projects, which across the board have overwhelming support from the public. What's shown in red here is isolating the town's responses, so Mount Pleasant residents only responses, and then in parentheses in the blue is the larger Charleston County area. So again, you'll see that regardless of the project, pretty overwhelming support when it
Can I
comes.
ask a question? Was this from the public sort of charrette that was held?
This was, yes, Mayor. It was the county held multiple listening sessions, collected in-person feedback, but also conducted a lot of online efforts. And so all of this is a culmination of those public feedback and response.
So the red is town only response.
Yes, sir.
And the blue is that including the town and the county?
Yes, sir.
Okay, of how people approved of those. Okay.
Correct.
So Johnny Dodd's corridor was the lowest at 54, and then 58 for Coleman, Chuck Dolly, but the others. Okay.
Correct. So again, over several hundred feedback from residents throughout the Charleston County area. And so again, just showing sort of the positive feedback across the board for the projects that were ultimately submitted to the county. This list here shows a more comprehensive dive into the subsections of each one of those projects that was submitted. I'm happy to elaborate on any of these should you wish. I think the key takeaways come from really the next slides, which again, this was our ranking that you as the Transportation Committee and Council ultimately submitted in order of preference: Johnny Dodd's, Long Point Road Corridor, Darrell Creek Trail, Coleman Chuck Dolly Boulevard, and then Mount Pleasant Way.
And just for clarity, and all, especially with a new member of the committee, Long Point Road on the end where 526 comes in, all that is part of a state program that state is leading this doing that. This is more this is more like over the creek there near Boone Hall that always floods where it gets shut down, right?
Yes, sir. So what was included as part of this primarily was the 2-lane section of Long Point from Whipple Road to US 17.
Right.
It included some smaller subsections, the access management and landscape medians on Coleman, which are now funded through the SS4A grant.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mayor, on the Long Point Road at the Boone Hall Creek, DOT has taken that on as one of their bridge projects.
Good.
We got that at the Chats meeting. And I'm not sure how much you have heard, Mr. Aton, but it wouldn't hurt for you to check with, I think it's C.T. York. He's the one who gave us that information. I've been pushing that, and I know Chairman Middleton with the county was helping push that as well. Too.
So from and I'm not sure of the scope of what CHATS is or the state or DOT is doing there, that they do not need any portion of county transportation sales tax funding to make that happen, is what they're saying?
As of right now, it's part of their bridge replacement and bridge repair program that they have put it into. And if you would check with Mr. York and verify exactly where they are with that, but it's in that bridge repair and replacement, similar to Highway 7 bridge. It's in that same same section.
Good to know.
Yeah, we can certainly look into that. And I think to be elaborate on Long Point a little bit outside of the bridge sections that are of the concern, there were other components within this corridor improvement, again, including the landscape medians from the 526 to Whipple Road, which again now are funded through the SS4A grant. Again, those 5 projects shown here in order of precedence by the committee and council were presented, and what was selected by the county was as the number 1 project, Long Point Road Corridor, and the number 2, Darrell Creek Trail realignment. So one thing to consider that has changed, at least with 2 of these projects that were originally submitted, one, the first being the Long Point Road Corridor, is because a portion of what was initially included as a subsection of that has been since funded by another federal grant. It's the recommendations of staff to incorporate a sort of a replacement piece for that, which in this instance is the Whipple Road corridor safety enhancement. So this is a 2025 Safe Streets and Roads for All grant that we have submitted. We won't hear back until January likely, but in the order of caution and to make sure that it's made put on the table for consideration. These are major improvements along Whipple Road, including Mount Pleasant Way, major intersection improvements at the Lucy Beckham entrance. We've done a lot of efforts over the years on ingress-egress studies and safety for that, and both of the NCAP intersections at Long Point to investigate a continuous green T intersection at that location, and then safety improvements to mirror what's happening at Coleman and Chuck Dolly at the intersection of Mathis Ferry and Whipple Road, with that right turn lane being incorporated into the signal. And then the other project that, again, a portion has been funded through that same SS4A grant in 2023 is the Coleman Corridor Safety Enhancements. So this included those landscape medians along the Coleman portion and Ben Sawyer portions. Since those have been funded, we're recommending sort of a swap to fund the section on Coleman from Pelzer Drive at Shrimp Boat Lane to the recently completed improvements at Patriots Point Gateway. So again, continuing that same concept of landscape medians, dedicated left turn lanes, improved pedestrian facilities in Mount Pleasant Way through the remainder of Coleman, which has always been sort of part of that long-range transportation plan, to improve not only safety, but also aesthetics and placemaking, like we did for the Coleman Revitalization Project several years ago. So moving forward, the county has presented to council last month on the categories of what they're seeking input from. All of our projects really fall under all of these umbrellas and share a component, and those are the Greenbelt program. Mount Pleasant Way has been our largest effort for that. Bike and pedestrian improvements also, Mount Pleasant Way falls underneath that, and then public transportation and roadways. So, I think it's the opinion of staff that the list that was previously generated does encompass still a lot of these same requested areas that the county is asking for. And then sort of a timeline and roadmap as to what they are requesting. They've obviously come and spoke to full council last month, and they've spoken to many other municipalities as well. And they're hoping to, in the spring of 2026, finalize their overall TST project recommendations through a special committee meeting.
I think the takeaway from the Zoom meeting I was in today, at their request, I wasn't host or anything, is that they're going to start doing some public polling and just kind of find out what the temperature of the electorate is towards the next referendum, what they would like to see. And again, this is all them. It's nothing that we're doing. But our job is to try to get the best we could possibly get from Mount Pleasant, and then get the county to consider it, because $4.2 billion is a lot of money.
Do we have a list of projects?
Yes, sir. So basically what the recommendation coming from this presentation would be is that staff would revise this 2024 list to include those changes on the 2 projects, resubmit that to Transportation Committee as a memo format for your consideration, and then that would be ultimately the list that goes to county, which is what they're requesting as a prioritized list of projects.
Well, before you do that, please check with Mr. York.
We certainly will.
Because, like I said, I was at the Chats meeting. He brought it up. It's been included. Whether it'll get done or not is another question, but it's been included. And he thinks that from a dollar and cent standpoint, it's one of their easier projects.
Which one? The Long Point?
The bridge at Boone Hall Creek for Long Point Road.
Got it. Okay.
Yes, sir. So that's why I was asking.
And again, we're not just sending transportation things. We're talking about green space. We've got something to say about that. We want resiliency money,
exactly.
In general, that type of thing. So it's not just, name 2 or 3 road projects and we're done. That's not the scope of what we're doing here.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Everybody clear on that? Yeah. Okay, good.
And drainage.
Right.
Okay.
Mayor, quick question.
Yes.
How are they doing the polling? Because as we know, if we're trying to be the best in Charleston, the best in Mount Pleasant, you can get out there and encourage a lot of people to send in information.
Right.
And so we're a big populated area. How do we know that their polling is being done?
I didn't come away with a real good idea of the many different things. I know that a part of that is going to be telephone polling, but a part of that is going to be mailing information to people who have a history of voting in elections. That always narrows it down. And the different ways they're going to get that feedback, I did not come across. I know that they're going to, and they've talked about how to get the big data and get it down to small data, but I will double check with some people in that meeting, find out which methods they're going to use the most. I came away thinking a lot of it's going to be telephone poll. Some of it may be on digital, would you like to take a poll about an upcoming, and then you go on and you put something on there. I think it's going to be across the board.
Well, that's good, as long as we know it's accurate and it's representational, all that it is.
Well, and I want to remind everybody, in the very first meeting I was asked to, going back months now, with the chairman of county council, and said, well, let's start with Mount Pleasant. The question I asked was, what did the county learn from the disaster of the last one? What did you learn? Because if the county didn't learn anything, they're going to get the same result again. So we just got to hope that county council, and they will have the vote on this, about what the wording is and what items are on there, is that they learn something from the last one.
Yeah.
Yes.
A couple of things, Mayor. One, at the November meeting, they shared with us their open survey, which I've already sent out to several people as well. So that's one way we can make sure that we get our residents to chime in through their survey, which is now open and active, right? So that's one thing we can point them to. Secondly, wondered about this priority list in terms of, you mentioned updating the 2024 list and adding these 2, which I appreciate, but in terms, they also asked for a prioritized list. So are we changing with what you're drafting in terms of the memo, anything about which is our top priority? And do we need to filter in, to the mayor's point, the greenbelt or drainage as a higher priority, a lower priority, if we're giving them a prioritized list?
Yes, and those are great questions. And obviously what this is meant to do is to open up the discussion and for you as the committee to look and reevaluate whether this is still the priorities that you want to pursue and fold in additional, whether green belt or drainage components, if those are ultimately included within the county's request. So this is not a finalized list. This is working from what we last had and just updating again the transportation component of it. And it's up to you as the committee to reevaluate whether this is still the same priority.
One more question. So my only concern with that is that when we met in November, they had sort of put forth a December 1st deadline, which I know you pushed back on, which I appreciate. But my concern is that we're going to be last to the table if we don't go ahead and get this done. So what is our urgency around finalizing our list and the priority order?
Yes, I mean, we can certainly provide you with these changes by this week, and then obviously you can have discussions amongst yourselves on what that list looked like. I will say I wouldn't anticipate that December 1st requested deadline if we are last or in some order to the table that influences their decision on selecting projects ultimately. So, and I know that there are multiple other municipalities who have not submitted their prioritized list, but we can certainly have this information to you by the end of the week at the latest to begin to mull over.
I think that's good for the transportation component because those are pretty easy to identify, right? I mean, there's the big ones. And then, as you mentioned, that changes when certain funding comes about. That's the big moving aspect of that. The projects are as big as the projects stay big. It's the amount of funding that, or where there's a gap that could change. The rest of it, the green space, the resiliency aspect, that's more of a policy issue that the county's going to have to address. And I've asked Councilman Chapman to sort of really focus on this and communicate with all of us, but especially anything I can do as mayor to keep working on that. Yes, sir.
Mayor, at the last chats meeting, which has been since our last council meeting, we're not the only government that's not going to meet the December 1st deadline.
Right.
There are several, and in particular, the city of Charleston says there's no way they're going to meet it.
Right.
And the other issue is on the Northcutt Boulevard, Highway 17 intersection. I don't think we should submit the overpass, period. We should submit the plan or a similar plan as was suggested by our consultants to keep it on grade.
Okay.
And because I think it will be less, number one, but number two, make it more presentable to county council.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yes, sir.
So if we've got 4 areas, the greenbelt, bike and pedestrian, public transit, and roadways, how do we go about the idea of a lump sum amount for the greenbelt that we could then give them some idea of what it would be used for, so they wouldn't just think it's a discretionary fund that goes into the general fund. So how would we go about doing that? And of course, they've got to agree to that first. So that seems to be a critical step. And then the public transit seems to be something that's really important to do in conjunction with the other counties, so that we can see connectivity of that. And then it also ties in with what was in the paper this weekend about the amount of affordable housing that's going to be developed in the 4 spots they noticed. That could be a place where the people that work in the town would need that public transportation from those areas in Neck and North Charleston, et cetera. So it seems like that's a piece of the equation. And then the bike and pedestrian, that's simply in the list as extensions of Mount Pleasant Way. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But to your point, the Houston Northcutt, 7D, that area, that's what I heard last time around, that they didn't like the idea of the overpass.
Right.
So but we got turned down on our #1 request, which was really good.
Right.
So we really need to make sure that those fit.
They were concerned in the last one that they remembered how many years ago was it? 15, 20 years when the whole overpass, it was 20 years ago or 25 years ago, the whole overpass thing through Mount Pleasant. And I remember back in the old days when even the Coastal Conservation League got involved. And they were talking about urbanizing Mount Pleasant, and this was bad and everything. And so they felt like by making that an overpass and making that part of the half-cent sales tax, that it would make it have less appeal to the voters. Well, the whole thing went down in flames anyway. But I think that from what Councilman Chapman said too, it makes it more palatable to everybody to just have an on-grade solution there. And I think we ought to, as we move forward on that, we ought to make that part of our thing, that we're only talking about an on-grade solution. And we've heard from a few businesses in this area to please not put an overpass there because of what it does. The other aspects of that, all of that is why, continuing to do those meetings and continuing to communicate with our county council representatives is important. For one, the green space. They need to make the green belt, green space funding at least 20% of this whole thing. And then Mayor Cogswell has been very upfront about the fact that we don't want to do that, get them to improve it, get our people to vote for it, get it passed, and then go back and beg them to approve the green space money. We want a set of criteria that have to be met, that we want those funds available when we need them, because as we all know, you never know when the next green space is going to come on the market, and you got to move fast. And we do not want to have to go all the way through that process. We want to say, meets these criteria, we've done this, here's our document, we signed it, we'll use our legal to help us with that, and we'll go purchase the green space. That again is something they've got to agree to. So I think the county knows they're making progress, but they're not at the 50-yard line yet on all of this. They're just not there yet. And we'll keep helping them try to get there. All right, is there anything else on this item before we move on?
No, sir.
Did we give you what you need?
Yes, sir. We'll present you with a memo of all of this information revised. We'll also include Stantec, who was the consultant that did the 17 at Houston Northcutt overpass at grade interchange analysis to refresh yourselves with that, and of course are always here to answer any questions as you dive into that.
Thank you. All right, item 5 is a presentation of the corridor safety enhancements for safe streets and roads for all grant projects.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and committee members. So this is all of these projects, really the access management components and corridor safety enhancement projects were taken to bids and purchasing committee this morning and approved. And we have our consultant, Jonathan Guy, with Kimley Horn here to help present. And we'll bring him up to the podium now. And really just to provide context on this is information for you as elected officials to have in your knowledge repertoire as to why we're pursuing these safety enhancements and operational enhancements, placemaking, etc. So I'll let Jonathan take over here.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Thank you for your time today. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on this very important grant that the town proactively pursued well before many other communities in the Charleston region did. So thank you for your proactivity as a resident myself. This was one of the best expenditures the federal government has done from a planning standpoint, which was the Safe Streets for All program. And it really fell under two different categories, both the planning side and implementation. And you wisely chose to put together your planning document ahead of time, which allowed you to apply for the implementation dollars. And what came out of that was a nearly $16 million grant from USDOT, which has been signed, and really creates improvements around three different areas: access management, intersection upgrades, and non-motorized safety improvements. And as we are looking at this, it's really a long-term sort of vision for safety enhancement within the town. And so this is built out of the zero roadway deaths, or the safe systems approach, if you will, from USDOT to get us to target zero. throughout the United States. And many communities have implemented, just like yourselves, a Target Zero agenda for that and a charter for that. So as we look at this, there's really 5 main projects associated with this. Long Point Road, you can see Coleman Boulevard and Ben Sawyer Boulevard, which Mr. Aton spoke about earlier, Chuck Dolly Boulevard, and then 2 on US 17. And it's a variety of different types of improvements, Long Point being the most comprehensive, looking at both median installation, expansion of Mount Pleasant Way, traffic signal upgrades, and then pedestrian accommodations with intersections along that way. Others include similar aspects associated with that. Each is very different, but these are the critical areas that the Safety Action Plan identified for necessary improvements. And so these are the 5 projects that have moved forward. So what does that look like? Well, we took a sample here from Long Point Road, really just to kind of diagrammatically look at that. And you can see the existing conditions that's out there. If you drive this area, you know what it's like. It's very congested, very busy. Even on Sunday mornings when we go to church, we see a lot of movement through there because you have it on both sides of the area. You've got schools in this area, but you also see a lot of non-motorized people moving through this corridor. Now, in complement to this with the SCDOT project that's going to happen at the interchange there, this is an advancement of that, which is going to help to improve the corridor up to Whipple Road. And you can see a variety of different improvements through there, from a landscape median, decorative lighting, the extension of Mount Pleasant Way, enhanced pedestrian crossings, and again, improved intersection radii from a non-motorized and motorized movement, since we've got a lot of different uses through this area. One thing that we have found in some of the both local studies that have been done, as well as from a national standpoint, is that when we install, when we remove two-way left turn lanes, they have a very negative name associated with them, which I won't bring up, but we see on average 33% reduction in crashes through there, especially from the most dangerous, which is left turn. Yes, sir.
Could I ask a question about this particular project? What I'm looking at on this picture appears to be partly in the area that DOT is going to be working on with the ramps coming in, because we specifically asked them to keep us available for the turns at the signal near the
Going into Bell Hall?
no, not Bell Hall, not the one at Bell Hall. The next signal.
Mondo Park?
No, it's near. It's nearer to the chicken.
Oh, is there Chick-fil-A there?
Chick-fil-A.
Bellevue?
Yes.
Yeah. There are 3 intersections right in there.
Yeah.
They're going to be working all the way from the entrance into the State Ports Authority, all the way to those intersections, because we wanted to make sure they were available.
That's right.
For us, and in particular the left turn.
Right.
Correct.
And that left turn would be again for Bell Hall, but it wasn't specifically done at the Bell Hall intersection. I think we wanted to go one more. So, do we have that set of plans that you're using?
Yes, sir.
So we're not making work that doesn't need to be done?
Yes, sir. We've coordinated with SCDOT staff and Kit, who's their project manager for the interchange project. And yes, our limits marry up with their proposed limits, which extend to the intersection of Bell Point Drive, which is the Chick-fil-A and Bell Hall Shopping Center entrance. And so we will not sort of supersede them and overlap in that respect, other than providing our comments on their plans through the design review team process to incorporate these same features that Jonathan's mentioning where applicable in the limits of their project. But everything is really essentially from the Bell Point Drive intersection to Whipple Road.
Okay, good. Yeah. Because that has been expedited by DOT, and they're trying to get it done as quickly as they can, not only for us, but for the State Ports Authority. Right. And so that, I just didn't want to be spending money that we didn't need to spend.
Got it.
Absolutely, very wise. And so this really just kind of shows an example of what some of the improvements would be at this location that would enhance the overall safety of the corridor for all users. As we looked at this, we went back and looked at what happened on Coleman Boulevard with your revitalization project that looked at enhancing some of the movements through there, from the addition of widened side paths to bike lanes to enhanced landscape medians through there. And you can see some information here that was compiled. So pre-COVID, we were looking at about 3.1 million total visits, on average about 8,700. And in 2023, that had grown to 3.4 million. Now, you've since done improvements beyond that, which has only increased that. A lot of folks also talk about what happens to the local businesses. And so we looked at the information associated with vacancy rate through here. Now, again, we have an anomaly there in 2020 with COVID, which really spiked everywhere through that. But as you begin to look in 2022 and you continue to move forward into 2024, you see that drops below 2%, which is lower than what it was even before the medians were installed. And what you find is that creating a safe place, creating traffic flows that continue to move, and offering mobility not just from a car, but also by foot and bike, really drives visitors to an area. People want to be a part of that, and it helps to the overall resiliency of a community. In addition, we looked at a couple other locations here locally, looking at Goose Creek, looking down in Buford at Boundary Street, where similar projects have been installed. And you can see there, both from a vacancy standpoint to average rent cost, looking at what has occurred. Looking at Coleman Boulevard, we've seen that increase steadily over time, as well as our vacancy rate dropping. And so overall, these projects are very beneficial. It doesn't have a lot of the negative connotations associated with them that many people like to talk about. Nationally, USDOT is going to continue to reinforce this as we look at how we get zero roadway deaths on our roadway. You can see a couple examples from our local partners in Florida, where over 70% of the business impacted by a project involving median opening closures reported no change in their business. And that has to do with the type of improvements that are being there. Same thing in Texas, as well as in Minnesota. So we grabbed a whole sample across the United States where we've done this. And there's plenty more studies that are out there. One of the important things to think about is destination versus a drive-by use, and that makes a huge difference on how a median will operate or an enhancement may operate. If it's a destination, you are going to be there, such as Seacoast, and you figure out a way to maneuver through the network to be there. You all have certain patterns with how you choose to go to your destinations, and that works. Same thing with a Quick Lube or any of the other things like an Opie or other places like that in the community, versus a drive-by, which would be, I'm going to do this because it's on the way somewhere else. The most common, stopping to get gas or stopping to get coffee in the morning. It's a part of your trip. You work that in. It doesn't create new trips. It makes it easy to flow through there. And many of those businesses locate on the side of the street, which is directional based on travel for the AM or the PM peak hour. As I mentioned, we did talk to both Goose Creek as well as several local residents of businesses here about their experience either on US 17 or on Coleman Boulevard, and had a variety of different conversations with them about why they located where they did, how they view enhancements, landscape medians. Overall, very positive conversations. People understood why we do this, the importance of safety, and were supportive of improvements to the community with the Safe Streets for All program. You can see here, I won't go through all of this, but you can see kind of a summary, not only from our local work here, but also from a sort of a national trend line information that is out there. Overall, very important, very supportive of this, and so we feel confident with our Safe Streets for All program moving forward in the community. Just to wrap this up, you can read a lot of the information up there, but again, $16 million grant from USDOT needs to be funded within and implemented within 5 years, so we need to move forward with this. We are going to not see a long-term detriment to any of the businesses that are out there or even the residents. We're going to see steadily a decrease in overall safety, decrease in overall crashes, increase in safety, and really no meaningful impact with these safety enhancements that we are proposing with this. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions?
No, but there was a good bit of this at bids and purchases
Yeah.
this morning.
It was a pretty long
which is
agenda.
great.
This morning. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Number 6 is updates, and since we are way over time, if we can do the shortest version possible.
I certainly
It
can,
is
Mayor.
Still responsible. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll skip over the mobility action plan. We talked about that through the TST and through this SS4A efforts. Billy Swales, we're still waiting to hear back from FHWA on the release of those obligated funds to go to bid. We are ready to go to bid the minute that we hear from them on that. Park West Stockdale roundabout is still under design. We're looking to wrap that up probably summer of 2026, and then go to bid after that. 516 Coleman, we are looking at a redesign of this to stay within budget of the CIP with some minor removal of some components, but it is moving.
That's the parking lot we want?
Yes, sir. Right there next to Vintage across from Moultrie Middle School. And then a slew of Mount Pleasant Way projects under design, under construction. The most recent one that was awarded this morning at bids and purchasing was the Scanlanville Praise House Parklet, which has that National Heritage Corridor grant. And so that will, again, go through the procurement process and construction should begin first quarter of next year. And then, again, a number of different bike and pedestrian accommodation upgrade plans. We continue to work with Brickyard on the redesign of that sidewalk project and are in contact with their HOA board. And that is it for project updates. If you have anything specific.
Are there any major, of all of these things, are there any major setbacks or delays or anything on anything really big? Everything's moving along?
Yes, sir. Everything's moving along with the exception of Billy Swales and simply waiting on the Federal Highway Administration to release.
And are those the new left turn signals over on Wingo Way at Mathis Ferry?
They are, yes, sir. So those have been implemented. That we're waiting on the final striping to occur. But yes, that's.
Thought I noticed the new lights. Okay. Yes, sir.
Mayor, we had a request at Morrison and Pitt at one of our other meetings. Are you working with the individuals on sighting at the corner of Morrison and Pitt?
Yes, sir. So we actually had already been in contact with the individual who submitted the petition, and it had already included within our pavement preservation bid package some pavement marking improvements at that intersection, which were already underway and likely will occur in the spring. But
so either signage or pavement markings will create the sight distance that we need at that intersection. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we get, when you do the updates, we don't have to go over it in the meeting, but we can have it on a list to know where those are on the list. Like particularly when he said that through Old Mount Pleasant and Old Village, there's a number of those areas like that we get a lot of feedback on back and forth from multi-middle and just people trying to get out on the highway. Just knowing where that's going to happen. If we know it's on the list and we know that when it potentially will happen, that helps a lot because that calms people down and they know that y'all are doing. Second quick one, do we know the status of the Seaver Hotel when that will be breaking down? Because that's a key one like Stockdale that we'd like to get ahead of instead of behind.
That's the one on Wilden Street?
Yeah. Well, I don't know the exact date of when they plan on breaking ground. We have coordinated through the efforts of the Wilden and Royal Corridor safety improvement, which is not funded, but design has been approved by DOT. We've fully vetted a lot of the potential improvements at that location with DOT, and unfortunately, and we can certainly talk about this offline, we'll continue to seek funding for the Wilden and Royal Corridor improvement project.
It's a big project, but I'm just hoping with that intersection that we can get ahead of it, just like we did with affordable housing at Park West. We can get ahead of it with some form of safety and temporary signaling or whatever it is, so that when those trucks start rolling in and the work starts happening, we sort of minimize the issues. Maybe it's police too, as far as where trucks are parking, where the dumpsters are, and all the rest. That's such a busy intersection. is your entry into that area.
Yes, sir. We can certainly come up with a list of potential and speak the sidebar with you and other transportation committee members on that if you'd like.
All right. Anything else? I have been getting some pictures and some feedback about the miniature circles on Center, and I don't know what the status of that is, but maybe next month we can do kind of a review of that. I think somebody might have driven through it and knocked it over. Did it take some repairs or something?
Well, sign was knocked down. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we're in the process of repairing that, and we can
Repairing.
provide an update.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
I said, I've got people that are for and against it, and so the big question comes up. If I'm driving a big vehicle and or I'm a landscape company or I'm pulling my boat, how and we know it's temporary. How do I get around it when it's finished? And so that's the question I get probably more than anything.
Yes, sir. And so before we even implemented this, we worked with public service, we worked with fire to ensure that these large vehicles, they can make it through. That center median is mountable. So for larger trailer tractors, their rear wheels may come up a little bit on the internal of that, but there's no reason to avoid the intersection. You can get through it, and every single type of vehicle that we've run through it, barring an 18-wheeler, which likely is not in the old village to begin with. But the final plan will look at a permanent solution that will, again, take into account all of these things that we've mentioned before. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Anything else? All right. There being nothing further, we stand adjourned.
Thank you.